thrust puck where they have the methane coming out of the very center instead of around the perimeter, and instead of where the methane used to come out at the perimeter, they now have thrust vector controlling directly on that thrust puck instead of being on the dome itself, and it's the best place to maneuver everything. Then on top of that, we have looks like a new nose cone section and a that's coming along, and that might be for SN15. They have looks like a new downcomer that they have to work with because the methane system is different on that thrust puck. They might have new flaps. It seems like each iteration might have a different flap style somehow on the internals, because when SN9 leaned over, that's where it gets its name, Eileen. um, it had to replace the flaps with SN10. So SN10 lost its flaps, and they got some new ones. So is that a bird again or another drone? mm, Looks like a bird. Anyways, well, no, it's kind of hovering around a little bit. That's hard to say. But yeah, anyways, the engine chill is still in full effect. All three. I'm expecting to see a siren or hear one soon. I'm watching the police officers at the roadblock. They usually have a car sent off to go down the Boca Chica Boulevard and do their siren. That's usually what they do. So they leave their post while the SpaceX guys sit there and prevent anybody from crossing the checkpoint. Um, so yeah, still waiting on that, but let's see. Is there anything else that is different on SN15?
There's
And
a
I,
little bit of vapor coming out from the under the skirt there, which is to be expected. But yeah, I don't think there's anything different.
yeah, this looks like a normal stuff, a normal ramp up to a static fire. I just was expecting to hear that siren a few minutes ago. So we'll probably stop just in case they do have a static fire here in the next 3 minutes. Just in case, we'll stop for a duration of about 6 minutes, just in case they do have a static fire and we just don't hear the siren. Uh, because yeah, this timing is very quick and everything's just ready, but it could be that they're just doing a test of the system, and then they're gonna have to recycle, and it'll be another maybe hour or 2 hours because this is just going so quick. All right, what's the next question we have here?
Looks like
Oh,
we've got one from Sean Wright, I think. He says, "I see the new test tank being built with a 3 millimeter thick. Could be wrong.
oh,
Um,
there it goes. Wow. That was unexpected. Was expecting it possibly another 3 minutes from now. That's why I was going to head off, but that was unexpected.
it,
So yeah, we did have a static fire just now. Wow.
yeah. I don't want to say it, but it did seem quite short again. It was
Yep.
about the same duration as last time. They have plenty of time to recycle and do again if they really had to, but yeah, I'd say that is slightly short.
It was about a 1 to 2 second static fire there, just like last time.
But they aren't detanking, so that could be a sign that everything went well, I guess.
Well,
Uh,
usually they do a double vent after a static fire, but this time they're holding for a while.
yeah, I think they have before. They hold the tanks for a while and then they depress.
Yeah, I was looking at the police cars to see if they would leave or anything else, and was looking for a siren, and I did not hear one or see the police car leave. So I do apologize for us talking over that part. But you're able to go back and watch on Launchpad Cam and listen to the audio directly. Do we have a time on that so far? The static fire should be about 2 minutes ago from now. That was so fast though. Ooh.
It looks like we do have a one depressed vent, and also looks like a drone flying above as well.
Yeah, it's coming and going as far as some of the venting, but that was nice to see, and I don't see any chill on the tip of the nose cone, which is what I was expecting to see, especially for a basically a header tank test for a system like that. So they need to do a header tank test with pressure and a static fire on that. I didn't see any chill or frost line, but they might start venting, and then we'll see it. But it looks like it was a successful static fire. Nothing came off. I didn't even see any Martite. There probably is a little bit there, but at night it's a lot easier to spot. So the time we have is 12:29 and 30 seconds. So you should be able to see that on Launchpad Cam and be able to listen to it. So that was quite interesting. You could hear that like that horn sound. It makes it like a, a screeching or a kind of a horn sound that it's hard to describe, but it is pretty much with every static fire we have.
Yeah, it's a bad analogy, but it's like dragging your chair across the floor in a
Yeah.
room. You can just hear.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. Here, take a seat. So yeah, let's get back to Sean Wright's question. What was he asking again?
I think he was saying he sees the new test tank as being built out of 3 millimeter thick stainless steel. What is the current thickness of SN9?
So serial number 9, as far as I can tell, is basically just a 4 millimeter stainless steel. In parts, they might vary. So they might have 3.96 or 3.95 or 3.97, something like that. But they're all consistently around 4 millimeters. Um, the 3 millimeter one we've seen is basically something like 2.9 or exactly 3. I've seen some numbers on the fours that exactly are 4.00. So the new test tank looks like serial number 7.2. I was hoping it would be serial number 13, get rid of the unlucky number, but oh well. We'll take what we can get, and we'll have a nice little tank that we could see pop, because it is essentially testing something to its limits. You would like to see something like 3 millimeter stainless steel to replace the 4 millimeter stainless steel on the barrel section of the nose cone. It's just extra weight. You don't need it, and it doesn't provide really any extra protection. Really, you could do some other stuff for basically lightening up the entire vehicle if you wanted to, and still protect it. Okay, then what's the next question we have here? Looks like we've got a question from Mr. Sriju, which asks, oh, I'm sorry, we asked this one earlier. What is the last prototype? I didn't give a number on that, and a guess. I'm gonna guess serial number 30 would be the last like prototype at all. Like they lock it down to be as far as like crew rating, but they'll keep making modifications. So they're all sort of a prototype in their own way. Any guess on a number, Josh?
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of things that you need to consider, but I would say the late 50s maybe. That's not really going off of anything, just kind of what I guess really.
Ballparking it, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Gibson Carmichael asks, how fast can this go? How far will it go? And if it goes into orbit, how long will it be in orbit for? So I think he's referring specifically to SN9. So I don't remember the top speed of SN8, but basically it'll match what SN8 did. So it'll basically slowly go up and slowly come down. It will never exceed the sound barrier. That is specifically why they have chosen that particular flight profile. And so it looks like you would never see this particular SN9 in orbit. This is just a very basic test article. Has no ability to come back. You could launch it in orbit, but you would need to have a super heavy booster to do that. All right. Jason Voiles asks another question here. Has anyone reviewed or watched the footage from last night to see if they repaired anything? I think we answered that one as well.
Yeah, I think we did.
Um, okay, Chains Productions. Would you ever go to Mars if it becomes available to everyone? So, would you go to Mars, Josh?
Without a doubt, yes. The trip is long, but yeah, I'm definitely willing to take that. Yeah.
Hope you bring your Netflix, but it'll be totally worth it. I would do that as well. Like, okay, got my entire movie collection, and you can lounge around in space for 3 months, and you get to Mars. It's going to be hard if you haven't had artificial gravity from point A to point B for that duration. You're going to have a hard time for the first few days and few weeks, especially that first little bit. It's going to basically be in your chair and be like, "Well, can I get out of my chair yet? Nope, I can't stand up." So lots of additional exercise for the next few days. But
Yeah,
I would definitely do it.
I would rather go to the moon rather than Mars. I think because of the shorter trip. There's less zero G, like you said, less zero G. Well, degradation, I guess. So yeah, I'd definitely go to the moon rather than Mars. It's not too far from home as well. So yeah,
Yeah, the moon's a good one because you could live on there for a good portion of the time and then come back to Earth, and it's like, which way do you want to go? Be living on the moon or living on Earth or both? And you could do both easily enough. So here's a fun question for you, Josh. Ventasis, I'm sorry, Venitas UK asks, how does Josh feel about the possibility of getting to bed at a reasonable time after this static fire? Usually it is the early hours for him in the UK.
yeah. I mean, I used to stay up at well, some weird times to watch these static fires and flights and whatnot. But yeah, they it happened today at a reasonable time, so I'm happy. I think last night I went to bed before the static fire actually was attempted, so I'm glad I didn't stay up for all of that for the abort to happen. So
Wow. You know, as fast as they did this today, I'm wondering, could they do another one or another two or three or whatever? They've done it before. The other day they did a static fire and then had a second one, but I'm wondering if they'll do it again. What do you think, Josh?
I think if they are going to attempt it again, they may go for an inspection. So they'll open up the road again. They'll go back to the pad and investigate for a bit. And if everything's all okay and it was just a slight issue or something that was just really easily fixed, I think that they could just close the road up again and try again. I mean, they've got plenty of time. They've got the notices out. So yeah.
All right. So we would probably expect to see them coming down the road and doing that pretty soon. But now I'm just oh, they didn't do that the other night though. So I'm not sure if they would come down the road or not for a second one. Oh, that's it. That's a tough one. If we even have, we'll have a second static fire, but they did need to have one more static fire, from what we can understand, uh, for today. That or not for today, but like they did the static fire for today. So that's done. That's over with. So we might get a second, but I don't know. We'll have to keep watching and see what happens here. But we didn't even get the siren this time. That was odd. Okay, the let's see here. Question from Z-Man Overstreet. Why did they stop construction at the OLM? Yeah, that's a interesting question. It's only up to SpaceX on that one, but I've heard rumors on like Reddit and other areas that the company that was working on it was let go. I'm not sure if they were behind their timeline schedule or what exactly, um, but they did have basically the entire 6 pillars filled up halfway on concrete. They didn't fill it up all the way. It's only halfway right now, and it needs to be cleaned out before they finish working on it anymore because the tops of the tarps have come off. So pretty much a quick cleanup job where you just get a vacuum and pull all the water out, uh, and then just dump it over and try again and throw in some concrete that day. That's basically what they need to do in order to continue working on that part. But the actual OLP, the orbital launch pad, which is the area surrounding it, they've been doing a lot of work on that. So the construction is ongoing. It's just they're doing all the pipes and everything else electrical right now specifically before they get to basically having a full fuel farm for Super Heavy and Starship over there. And it looks like their FAA documents has 2 of them. So that's going to be kind of interesting. So yeah, it looks like other people are thinking we're going to get a second static fire as well here today.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely possible. We did apparently hear. I haven't played back the audio yet, but apparently there was a weird sound on shutdown, even weirder than a normal honk. So I'll have to have a look at that in a second and get back to you on that.
So there is a bit of frost or condensate just on the LOX tank here. It's not specifically filling up with fuel or anything like that. So they did vent earlier, and when they vent, it chills down the LOX tank. So it's like taking a simple example with a balloon. You fill it up, just like a normal balloon. You blow air into it, and you can kind of feel that the balloon warms up a little bit, and you release the air out of the balloon, and it chills down. The same thing happens with a pressure vessel such as Starship. It chills down when you release the energy out of it. So it basically needs room to expand and energy to expand. So when they fill it up, you'll see the Starship heat up, and when they release the gases, they basically cool down, and you can start see frosting occur, especially with the cool, basically liquid oxygen that's at the bottom of it. It basically is expanding very rapidly and taking out a lot of energy out of the system when you do that. So that's why you see the frost as it is.
And just to interrupt again, I've just played back the audio, and yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, there's something wrong there for sure. The honk, there was a normal honk, and then there was a long squeal after. I don't know if you want to play that back, but yeah, there's gonna definitely need some sort of redo for that.
I think it's really a problem. It's just like they need to tighten up the engine belt a little bit. But so let's see here. Yeah, I think it would work out to do a second static fire. I do actually have another commentator I'm going to bring in here. So now I've brought in our other commentator, Jeff. So Jeff is with us now as well. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome. So did you get to catch that static fire just a little bit ago?
I did, and it's not normal. You were saying we always see the D tank after static fires, and there was basically very very little venting after it. So they're still under pressure. It's not normal. I'm cautiously optimistic that they'll do a second fire.
Yeah, and I'm
So
also looking and seeing there's a drone just sitting there, parked to the right of Starship.
got a good view.
Yep, it does. But it's a smaller looking drone. It's not the larger one we've seen.
Talking about that drone, actually, this morning I was watching the stream and I just caught a drone coming down on, I think it was Nerdlecam, and it came down quite fast. So I'm not sure what happened to that, but I've got a video of it coming down really quite fast. And I'm not sure if it slowed down in time or not. So, yeah, not sure what
Ran,
happened
ran
to
out ran
that.
out of batteries.
Yeah.
The drone last night, it was doing a little more acrobatics than it normally does. It went around our side. It was really low at one point. They were hauling butt around the whole thing, getting their good B-roll shots. So, but that's interesting. They still haven't detanked. It's still just sitting there. So
I've got a quick question from Gibson Carmichael. He asks, "Do we have to use super chats to get our questions answered?" And the answer is no. Uh, so you just type at questions, and we'll try to get to your question as quickly as we can. But there are quite a few in here.
yeah, when we get 11 and a half thousand people in there, there's a lot of people with a lot of questions, and every time we mention that you could type, at questions and put in your stuff, we get 20, 30, 40 questions at a time. So we do try to get to as many of them as we can, though.
So the same person asked a question a little bit more recently, and that's a good question to jump on too. Is will the static fire, the second one, if we have one, will it be longer? And he hopefully thinks it is. So thank you, Gibson. What do you guys think? Would a second one be longer or the same? And would you guys think it would be doing a LOX and methane header tank static fire?
Assuming the first one was a regular static fire, then I would hope that the second one would be a LOX and methane header tank fire. But as we said, the tip's not frosty. Definitely condensation on the methane tanks, but I don't know. The longer we wait, the more I'm wondering if they're not going to do it, because I would have thought it would have been within just a few minutes. Kind of like the SN8 hop. Do the fire, shut them off, do this into their coast phase, and then do another static fire using the header tanks. But I think we're already past that, couple of minutes that it would have taken on SN8.
Yeah, they never did that particular
Right.
double static fire, and this would be the first. Like this is they've done the other day where they tried to do it, and then today looks like they're trying to possibly do it. Still up in the air on that one, but a lot of other people are thinking that it could be another static fire. So that's what we have on the checklist here. Maybe it's a self-fulfilling loop there. I don't know. Hopefully not.
It was really weird, which we saw the day before the SN8 hopped, where they did the engine chill, and then engine chill stopped and then restarted. And that happened here too, where it completely, engine chill was going, it completely stopped for like 5 seconds, and then started again, and then it was just a couple seconds later that the static fire happened. So that was interesting too, because I think the only other time we saw that was when the first time when they scrubbed SN8's hop, or when they delayed it or whatever, that happened where engine chill stopped and then restarted. Um, so that was interesting, because I haven't seen that before, and them actually do a static fire, or in SN8's case, a hop. So I don't know. I'm just cautiously optimistic that they'll still do another static fire without detanking. Kind of how as it sits right now.
So Josh, static fire, no static fire, or header tank? What do you think on that?
I think they'll obviously. I think they're going to have to go back to the pad at some point to inspect the vehicle, make sure it's okay. But I think they'll do a main tank static fire after this. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that they'll do it, and if not today, tomorrow should be okay.
Yeah, so far they've been really pushing for a hop as soon as possible, and it's like one static fire and then hop. But then we had a static fire the other day, and now we're having another static fire. So maybe they're just twiddling their thumbs, looking for something to do and something to test before they do the hop because everything's been delayed. They've had weather issues. We saw a weather balloon go up this morning, approximately an hour before we started seeing the condenser going, I think. And that was a sign that yeah, they're doing some testing, but they'll do testing on wet dress rehearsals as well, where they throw a weather balloon out and test the atmosphere and see what it looks like and different altitudes and what the winds are like. So it is kind of an interesting view of trying to figure out like how they're going to test, what they're exactly testing. They don't give us the information of what is being tested right this moment or today or those kinds of things. We can only get the county information where it says, ah, yeah, there's a static fire or a hop scheduled for a particular day or time. Even those usually don't stick. Usually something is either canceled, delayed, or they attempt it and then nothing happens and we're just left scratching our heads. What's going on? What's going to happen next? So it's kind of all over the place. Rad Baron, I mean, asks how much money is going up in smoke every time we see one of these big plumes from the farm. Lox isn't cheap.
Compared to spaceflight, LOX is very cheap. Um, the fuel, relative to everything, relative to even other fuels, LOX and methane um, are literally pennies, compared to the cost of everything else involved with rocket flight. So, we think, okay, they're buying hundreds of thousands of pounds of liquid oxygen, on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. But compared to the cost of Starship, compared to the cost of Super Heavy, compared to the cost of development for all of these, they will burn through fuel, as they will never not do something because of the cost of the fuel, because of the cost of liquid oxygen and liquid methane. They are making efforts to recondense, a lot of the waste. They used to have the flame stack that was burning off all of the excess liquid methane. Now they recapture it and recondense it. So, they are making efforts to not completely waste it. Um, but, they are, it's, I said, the cost is not an issue for them compared to everything else.
So the cost of like a LOX tanker is about $5,000 is what we found. Nitrogen is going to be very similar because it's basically those are both pulled out of the air. Nitrogen, I suspect, would actually be cheaper because there is more of it, but it's also used in fertilizer and other things. So, it's kind of going to be one of those guesses on my end that it's going to be maybe just a little bit cheaper than $5,000, so maybe like 4,500 or something closer to that. Um, the uh, the the actual venting you're seeing is actually nitrogen for the most part on the left of the I'm sorry, Nerdle cam. So you see all the fuel farm venting. It's mostly nitrogen that you're seeing, and it's condensating. So it means basically forming cloud. And yeah, it's pretty cheap stuff in comparison to spaceflight, as Jeff has said. Muthbab asks, how do I address questions specifically to a moderator? So if you have issues with chat or users in chat, you can use Discord or address it directly in chat. Ask at a particular mod. They're going to be in blue. Let's see. So Pete Nikolic asks, so is the trebuchet for the Wii factor? So yeah, there is a trebuchet right near where we're at. I'm not sure if it's been revealed what's going to happen with that, but it is there and visible. So it is just right where we're watching from on Nerdle Cam, just to the far right. Uh, Delman Overbreak asks, let's see here. Maybe they are this quick that in case they fail again, that they have time to do another one in the same time frame. So that sounds reasonable. What do you guys think on the time frame if they failed or need to scrub that they can try again?
Yeah, I mean if they have time to go back and inspect the vehicle, make sure everything's fine, then yeah, I think they have a good shot at another one today, maybe even two if they're really lucky. So yeah, I mean they've shown today that they can really get things moving pretty quickly. So yeah, what do you think, Jeff?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, one or two. This is one of the earliest static fires we've had, at least in a very long time. So, so they haven't opened the road, they haven't detanked.
But they didn't do it before noon. That's the thing that really gets me. Like, they could have done it before noon. They have never done a static fire before noon, unless it was early morning, like at 6 something a.m.
Which was from the night before. Sort of call it
Yeah,
that day's testing. So,
exactly.
right.
And I had a misnomer here. It is northwest, not the northeast in Oregon that is out the internet outage. I do apologize about that. Let's see here. Uh, Alexander Hayter asks, at which point is SN9 starting to get fueled up? As soon as farm venting?
I would say it's as soon as SN9 venting. When SN9 vents, that shows us that there is liquid, oxygen or methane in it or being pumped in it. So even that, it's going to take it a few minutes for basically the outside shell to get cold enough to start venting off and getting condensate on it. So it's sometime just before we see SN9 start venting is when fuel is being pumped into it from the farm.
I've seen that the condenser seems to be part of that filling process. As like my best guess is that it takes about 40 minutes for them to fill up as much as they are, and then it's an automated system. So we're kind of close on the guess of what time we would see static fire. A little too close, in fact. So yeah, I was going to pull back about a few minutes before we could hear a siren, but there was no siren or even any other warning besides that the condenser venting. The condenser is there's an item behind the three amigos to the far. So it's on the left-hand side of your screen on Nerdle Cam. There is the three amigos. There is a dark tower. It used to be white. And then just beyond that is what we call the condenser. It's an air gas vaporizer, and then beyond that there's just a object on the ground that's called a heat exchanger, and that is part of the system to cool it down and move the fuel into the vehicle. And the next question we have is from Chris Noling. It asks, all three in chilling, or was it just two earlier?
I
From
think it's
what
all
we
three. We sometimes can't see the third one depending on what way the wind is blowing. The one that's on the windward side or the far side of Starship from us. Um, Occasionally we see it if the wind is blowing from right to left. We'll see it more, but if it's blowing from left to right, I think it gets kind of blocked by the engine that's closer to us. So I can't see them ever doing an engine chill just on two. Even if they were only lighting two engines, I think they would still do the engine chill on all three, just because that's how their system works.
John Heyman asks, the facility the Pearl Beach Cam shows with the blue roof, is that the spaceport viewing place? And I believe the one on Pearl Cam might be, if it's to the far right on Pearl Cam. Let me just double check here. So the Pearl Cam does. So no, that's not actually the viewing area. That's just a nice, relaxing area. Maybe a pool in there as well. And it's the actual viewing area is off to the far right from where you can see on that view. And that's on the South Padre Pearl Beach Cam. That is cam number 7, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, that would be cam number 7. It's just not given a number. So we do have some new members that I wanted to go through and thank. We have Nice Try FBI, Paul Jones, Mike Southbay. Then we have TJ Reynolds. And then we have a super chat from Patricia. Remember the accidental live stream? And she says, it sounded like a broken squeaky toy. Thank you for the 45. Can't remember the unit currency amount. DKK, is that that's not Swedish krona. Do you guys remember what DKK is?
Isn't it Swedish? DKK currency. It is Danish krones.
Danish krones. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't right. Thank you. So, thank you again for that, Patricia. Remember the accidental live stream. Love that name.
Accidental
And
live stream.
yeah, exactly.
Good.
Remember the accidental live stream. So if you haven't, go ahead and hit that thumbs up or subscribe button, and if you can, hit the join button. So every little bit helps, and I'll go through and read off your name if you do join here. So the let's see here. The next question we have is from Vibe Time TV. They ask, if we see a successful static tonight, could we see a hop tomorrow, or could we actually say it's going to be Friday or Saturday? What I've heard, it's been that it's not tomorrow. Like they have to go through and review everything after a static fire. It could be the next day after, though.
Yeah, I'm going to say Friday or Saturday. One of those two.
Those would be the best days to have a hop. It's the end of the weekend, or it's before the weekend even, and you have a glorious hop. Oh, like even on the weekend, most people are going to be off work. They can check it out,
Yeah, it's
or
always
even
great.
go there in person.
It's always great to get it out to the public as well, because a surprising amount of people don't actually know what Starship is and what it's for. So it's good to get it out there. I mean, it demonstrated it with like Demo 2. No one really knew what it was about, but it got out there in the news, and yeah, quite a few million people watched that. So it's good to see when people get excited about space travel and engineering in general.
Yeah, that was impressive. How many people were watching that? And for lack of a better term, NASA hasn't had something that exciting in a very long time. Since the shuttle program went away and SLS being delayed forever. Um, it was really good, to see that and see that kind of reaction, seeing it on like every news channel. Is that seeing their YouTube channel just getting a million people on it or more. Who knows how many were watching it on NASA TV, and things like that. So it helps. It helps with all this stuff. It helps with SLS. It helps with James Webb. It helps with Starship. It helps with Artemis. It gets attention to all of those things that are going on. So it's all good. It's all beneficial for space, for SpaceX, for humanity, for that matter. So it's cool to see. I like it.
The promise that and potential that Starship has is just almost limitless. We can go to pretty much How do you know when engines chill? That's from Sycamore and Keith Penny.
Sorry, what was the question?
So there's two questions. Why is there frost before engine chill, or why wasn't there frost before engine chill? And then the kind of a second follow up to that was uh, basically regarding the engine chill and how to identify it.
So what we see as frosting or condensation, it varies a lot depending on how they're doing the tests and more specifically what they do with the pressure on them. You know, if they keep the tanks pressurized, if they lower the pressure a little bit. When they lower the pressure, that's when we really see the condensation. That's when you want to say because of the laws of thermodynamics, that's when we'll see it. But basically get condensate and get ice on there. We were talking, Thomas, you were talking earlier about the SN 7.1 and 7.0. Those things got, ice caked on what seemed several inches thick because of how they loaded them up with propellant and how they kept the pressures. And then they finally, eventually, close off all the valves and just let it gain pressure until it popped. So that the condensation is all about how they're doing the testing and what they do with the pressure in those tanks. The engine chill, we've seen it different ways. This engine chill we just saw seemed like it was a little bit less. We've seen some where it's not just putting out gaseous oxygen; it is dumping out liquid, oxygen. Where we're watching it pouring out of the engines. So it is interesting to me that we've seen it different ways, different volumes of liquid propellants being put through the engines to chill them down. But what we typically see here is right near the bottom front, like the bottom 1/6 of Starship in the front, and then to the right side of the bottom flap, we'll see gas pouring out of those. There's another one on the backside, which we typically don't see as much just because it's covered by Starship, but that is typically 15 minutes, maybe as early as many as 20 minutes before a static fire or a hop in SN8's case. So venting coming, a lot of venting coming from the bottom to the bottom 6th of Starship is typically what we identify as engine chill.
Just a button there. It looks like Elon has tweeted. Today at SpaceX is about practicing Starship engine starts. Ship is held down by massive pins while engines are fired. 2 starts completed. About to try a third. So looks like we're going to go for another static fire very soon.
From the man himself.
Wait,
nice.
You said 2 starts completed. What did I miss?
We had the static fire just the other day. We had that one.
That's he said what that start. One. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Otherwise,
we missed something last night.
Like, did we all miss something that
Workers on site had a little static fire. Nothing happened. Yeah, keep on going.
We tied up OSHA and put him in the basement.
Yeah, so I referred to the other day. I'm pretty sure.
To SN 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 15 does not have a 6-engine puck.
But it might actually be a trick question because they might never have, for let's say Starship, a 6-engine thrust puck. It might be based directly off of the skirt where they could mount the engine for the vacuum engines. And then the only thing you have to do from there is basically put a hole through the bottom section that what is that called? It's attached directly to the thrust puck. The not the bowl. What is that? I'm
The
waking up a
dome.
bit early today. Sorry.
The dome.
Yeah, the dome. Yes, the dome. So yeah, they might put a hole through the dome for just getting locks, and that's a simple solution where you don't see a thrust puck that's a six-engine design because there will never be a six-engine thrust puck. It would basically be for, let's say, super heavy. We'll have eight in the center, but then that thrust puck, one design I've seen would be it's flat, and then it's curved at the ends, and that has 28 engines. So that'll be a bit more interesting. It'll be an 8 combination plus a 20 combination, and it would be in segments.
By the way, thank you for being amazing listeners, Nurse Tree Arc and Bob Holt. Thank you very much for joining, becoming Lab Pottery members. Appreciate it. And they listened so well. See, we told them to be a member, and bam, they did it. So, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, Jeffrey for what I can't pronounce your last name. Sorry. Said there's a drone. Did the inspection, guys. So thanks for the 549 euros.
You know, maybe they did. Maybe they flew the drone. They flew it right underneath Starship, looked around, said, "Yep, looks good. Let's go. Do it again." So
I mean, they could always shove a Zeus out there. We haven't seen him in a while.
I did see his house though. One of Mary's pictures, like I think Thomas went during one of the live learns or somewhere. I saw the house, but it looked like it was just kind of thrown in a corner somewhere. So it looked very sad. So
Yeah, it was off of the uh, area where you basically bring like near Hoppy. If you just keep going along the fence past Hoppy, you'll eventually hit the end of the shipping container wall that they've set up.
Mhm.
That's where I saw
That's
his
your
little house last. So
For
he
those of you
wasn't
who
in
don't
it.
know, for those who don't know, Zeus is a robotic dog by Boston Dynamics. Um, if you get a chance, look at them. They are that company. One, the company is amazing, but the robotic dogs they have insane potential to be used by a lot of industries, including first responders, space. Anything that's hazardous. Those they can basically walk over anything. Obviously, they can take a lot of temperature and heat and water and all that. So for a while, SpaceX was using them to take a look at the starships or even the test tanks after they had explosions, or it's a safe way to get a boots on the ground look at something when it's not safe for people to be around it. So after SN 7.1, when there was a ton of just debris everywhere, you can see the little Zeus dog walking around the the rubble, I guess you can say. So so they can get a look at stuff sooner without having to wait for all of the hazards to kind of clear. But as I said, I think they sent it back. I think he was on loan, so we haven't seen him in quite a while. But they
Yeah,
should
he's a
definitely.
little lost dog. If you spot a little
Yellow.
yellow robot dog, let SpaceX know. They've been looking for him.
They posted signs around Boca Chica, missing.
On large buildings, on some dishes, and on
Yeah,
rockets. Yep. Just stapled those
please,
on.
please find our dog. Really quick, if you guys haven't asked it yet, I just got here. We love asking, and since we have different people here, where is everybody from in chat? We always like seeing who is the farthest away and who is the closest to Boca Chica, Texas. So we've had, I think the farthest away was like out in the Indian Ocean, right? I think
Yeah.
that's the actual total opposite direction, but it's always neat seeing random places where people are from. So I'm from Los Angeles, California. Thomas, you're in Utah, right?
Yep. I'm in Utah. I'm originally from Colorado, so I beat you on that one.
Very much. Very
What
much.
about Josh? Where are you from,
um,
Josh?
I'm from Cornwall in the UK, so I'm a film student. So yeah, don't know where
So
everyone else is from.
so in that case, Jeff beats you on that one.
Yes. So Marcus Langmesser, thank you very much for the €5. Sorry, appreciate it. Says keep it up.
Keep it up.
That whatever vegetable or fruit that is, I think he's got a long way to go. But he's working it. So thank you. Let's see, Belgium, Canada, Sri Lanka. There we go. Poland. Dude, we got a lot of people from Eastern Europe,
Indiana,
Switzerland.
Wisconsin, U.S. Lots of U.S.
A lot of Canada.
Tasmania. Wow. Ecuador. Arizona.
I just saw the moon.
The moon.
We always get the moon. We always get Mars. Yeah, we always get some of those. Poland. There you go. That one's out there.
Once I saw somebody say Krypton. That was funny.
Rigas, thank you very much for joining Lab Padre Gold. Thank you. Holy cow.
Yeah, you're blowing up chat. It is on slow mode, so with the moderators are now taking a break. But yeah, it's going pretty quick here.
Yeah, I just saw a couple of people saying Cornwall rocks, so that's
Yeah, I
quite
saw
nice to
that.
see.
Knew you'd appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Dubai, there you go. Now that's getting to some of the farthest away.
India.
Yeah, India's out there for some of the farthest. I haven't seen a single Texas. Oh, no, there you go. I see one from Texas.
Yep, there's Texas.
DFW, Texas. See, yeah, as soon as I say it, then we'll start seeing them. Great.
They're reading our minds live.
Yep. Brownsville.
Lakewood, Colorado. Nice place. Been there quite a few times.
MJ Salt says Brownsville, Texas.
Oh, he's getting to be the closest.
Yep, I haven't seen anybody closer than that. So, holy cow, there's a lot of people. Finland, North Carolina, Fort Worth, Texas.
I think we missed a regular man earlier, so welcome to the green team for him.
Scotland. See, that's where I need to go.
Planet Earth.
No, that's ridiculous. See, there's a couple more Texas, Fort Worth. Woo, Texas gang. Jupiter. There you go. All right. JP the Gaming Beast wins for farthest away with Jupiter.
South Padre Island. Oh, there we go. We have Pisa Monster at SPI.
Lab Padre says South Padre Island.
There we've got tied. Brownsville's a pretty close area too, so yeah, those three are gonna have to duke it out. Which one's closer?
Lab Padre is cheating, man. He owns the camera. Like, he cannot be any closer.
True.
I just put my hometown in there, which is quite nice to see.
Nice. Sparta.
You're from Sparta too?
Falmouth in Cornwall. Is that your hometown?
No, Truro. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's great.
No, see? Oh, there you go. Cornwall, Truro. Yep. There you go. Getting more Cornwall.
Another one from Mars.
Pluto. Got our first Pluto. All right. Now we got a bunch of Pluto. See, that's all copycats.
Yep.
Oh, nope. Steve Holtzinger says Voyager 2. All right.
I see Proxima B and Alpha Centauri B. There we go. All right, now it's going a little bit off the.
All right, so moving on.
Off the ranch. Let's see. We've got some questions from Vibe Time TV. Asks, could they do a second one if they refueled right now? Answer is yes and yes.
Yes, and they might not even have to refuel, depending on how much how much fuel sitting in the tanks. They might not even have to refuel. So clearly, the static fires don't take a lot of fuel. They don't burn a lot. So, but we'll see. I was kind of hoping to be by now, but see what happens.
Cool Hand Luke says they are not doing the same venting last night, so can we expect another static fire? Yes, Elon has just confirmed that we are expecting another.
What we have here is failure to communicate. If you're all old enough, you'll know what that's from with that name. So
yeah, some of these questions are from earlier, but we're still trying to catch up. There's a lot of them. I've heard from Robshaw, I've heard that an empty Starship can single stage to orbit. Is that true? It has to
Uh,
be more than empty. It has no flaps, no flings, no heat shield tiles, nothing except the ship itself and the engine. So it's basically a tank, a OZEV as the nose cone's called, and a couple of engines. That's it.
Which is not out of the question for a refueler. It is possible that they can do something like that, to be able to put as much fuel as possible in it to get it into orbit, and then use that as basically a gas station. I've heard some people, discussing that idea where you would send up a starship like that that's never going to re-enter Earth, that's going to stay in orbit as a orbiting fuel tank, and they would send up more starships and just keep dumping fuel into that one, so that when you send people up, instead of having to refuel a manned mission multiple times and do use multiple starships, you could basically just completely empty one into the other to give your astronauts less time in orbit. They would have to spend less time because they'd completely refill a starship in one shot instead of requiring multiple uh, different refueling setups basically. So it's possible, it's not likely, and no matter what that is, years in the future when they'll actually have astronauts orbiting Earth in a starship. So
So Gibson Carmichael is requesting if we can move, let's see, like lab cam, that's cam number 2, to zoom in a bit more in the rocket for a tiny bit and zoom it again. So he's looking at trying to see, I guess, the second static fire here later. Musical Wolves, love that name. Wants to know if a Scooby snack will help SN9. Scooby snack?
it might help Elon. I don't know that it'll help SN9. So
Okay, so Elia Vichy asks, how will they stack it to the booster? The tempo crane, Tankzilla is too short, I guess. I think so. Yeah, Bluto is what we call the crane, and yes, it is too short.
I
Uh,
like the idea of making OSHA have a field day. Take a second Bluto, lift up Bluto, and then have that Bluto lift up Starship onto a Super Heavy.
okay, so Bluto has some larger, older, bigger siblings. They could do it. That's the thing that we're kind of still wondering about is the big fantastic crane in the crane shed over on LBJ and Epson. Is that the crane that will do it? We're not sure. I've put out a request from the company who made it, which is Appleton Marine Products, to say, how much does this crane actually lift? Because if it works for lifting up a Starship onto Super Heavy and maybe even Super Heavy itself. But there is something around 120 metric tons that was a model number that was similar to what it was, but not the same. It's a completely different crane, and so it's a lot of confusion on if that crane would work out to lift a Super Heavy or a Starship. I have a feeling that it could actually be used for payload integration at the site where it's at. So that might count it out, and we have to look at a whole new crane system being built, and eventually even a potential uh, super heavy catching system. So it will catch it by the grid fins. That's one of Elon's ideas of how to do it. And I was thinking about this last night and went, wait, if you got rid of basically the feet, you don't even need a skirt on super heavy. So you could save additional weight right there. So you're saving a lot of weight if you could basically hover it or not hover, but do the suicide burn as they normally have it, and then catch it by a system that can easily cope with the 200 tons of vehicle plus whatever extra fuel remains, and you have this just amazing simple and light system that you could just keep reflying over and over again. So in a lot of ways, it makes sense. Less weight you have on the Super Heavy booster, more payload that you get to put into Starship. And
You,
they've
you still need a skirt though, Because you need the COPVs are attached to the skirt, and the GSE is attached to the skirt.
So you would still have like I guess this would be trousers or something a little bit different. You look at the Electron or Falcon or any of the other rockets, you can see their engines sticking out the bottom. So it would be something along those lines. So there would be basically just a simple system to do a Falcon like the Falcon or anything else. It basically uses the area around the edge to still sit on that, but
Okay.
everything else it basically just sits there with its feet hanging out, or in this case the engine's hanging out, just kicking around, and yeah, it saves a lot of weight.
They also don't use, RCS to try to land either. They have more RCS because they're trying to land. So, but again, anything to reduce parts, anything to reduce weight. Obviously, the landing legs are a big one.
Yeah, and with the
If they,
RCS, I'd probably just stick that up in the top of the vehicle, where you have a lot of room, and then
yeah,
just run the lines down. It's going to be a little more interesting with the RCS at the bottom, but you could do that.
that'd be interesting. I never think of that. To put all the COPVs, in the payload area, and then
And
just run the
actually, if
lines
they're
down.
going for hot gas in the future, less COPVs, and you
Yeah,
might have some of those COPVs actually be internal because they are just taking in LOX or methane from different parts of the vehicle, and so you actually are saving some mass in that way, and some room for other things. So the other part of Eli's question is the tempo. um, so let's kind of talk about the idea of just landing a super heavy where it's being caught. The tempo on that thing would be incredible.
if it's a big if, I know a lot of people, Scott Manley and everybody have discussed that already. The logistics of that, the load bearing side of it, I mean the flaps already, or sorry, the grid fins already take an insane amount of aerodynamic pressure. So I could make the assumption that holding up the weight of a relatively empty super heavy would not be that difficult for them. Um, they've shown, with Falcon 9 that they can, under good conditions, they can be incredibly accurate with landing. Um, but they have had some that were off center. Some of the drone ship landings have not been, dead center right there. Maybe that's just because it was on the drone ship. The RTLS landings, which is the return to launch site landings, have been typically much more on center, but they're not going to always land these on land. Presumably they're going to end up landing them on, uh, out in the ocean on basically oil derricks or launch platforms. Um, so the idea of being able to have that consistency all the time, even in inclement weather or non-ideal weather, is going to be tough. The grid fins are going to be very large, but they're not massive. They're not as long, let's say, as the legs on a Falcon 9. So it will be very interesting to see that kind of precision, and repeated precision, regardless of varying weather, conditions, varying wind, varying air pressure, or yeah, even air pressure for that matter, and to see how they'll do it. How quickly you will be able to relaunch then using that. If you can grab it, by the grid fence, and then presumably you can move it where you want to, right? Let's say those pillars with, I don't know, netting or cables, whatever, could then set it down where they wanted to, like right on top of, GSE equipment. Um, the tempo could be amazing because you could literally set it down, possibly even autonomously reconnect the GSE and start refueling again and go, and then stack, a Starship back on top of it. So I'm willing to say you can get to within a few years to a launch a week, using that. But there's a lot of ifs in there. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, I would think so. It's gonna take a while for the landing super heavy on the claw mechanism or whatever you really want to call it. It's gonna take a very long time for them to be able to use that regularly. They can do tests every now and then, but I don't think it's going to be quite a few years, like you said, until they can really regularly start doing that. What do you think, Thomas?
So I mean, it kind of brings me to another question that I'll ask, and then we'll kind of go back to this again here. Is the question, when do we think Super Heavy will fly? Um, and let's see here, that's from Anad Chobi. And so the to kind of answer that one is booster number one. I suspect we're going to see that one basically be a test tank for cryo. It might fail, but if it succeeds through that, then we will see probably like a two-engine configuration, 150-meter hop, and that will need to have its landing legs either similar to what Starship has, or basically the design with the four legs on the outside. Then the next part is where we go from there with a super heavy without legs eventually. That's going to be at some point you have to see that if you want to land it and catch it. So it's going to be quite a while, I think, to till we get to that point. But it will be a lot sooner than most people think. So maybe 2 years, we could see a super heavy booster uh, being caught directly by the system. And my favorite particular catching system for the tower would be something like a lasso system, or some way of grabbing it where you're basically the super heavy booster comes through like a large lasso system, and it's basically would be a resting cables like you have on an aircraft carrier, except these ones there's a lot more of them, and then they have basically a lot more spread, and then they grab around just the base of the each of the grid fins. So you're not putting a lot of extra torque or anything else on the edges. That's my favorite version. My friend Neil has talked about using a ring, and then Martin, my other friend, has said he wants to put basically kind of use the tongs approach. Like there's it's either tongs or you could have a chopsticks, whatever you want to call it, but basically you grab it around the edges, it just flies in and kind of just parks itself right where it's supposed to land. Um, that's one other method. I don't particularly like those methods where it's rigid. I like something where it's a little bit more flexible and you can make a mistake and still catch it every time. So that's kind of why I'm going for the lasso method myself. But then you'd also have to make sure that the top of the vehicle where you're grabbing underneath is very rigid. So you have to have a really strong ring that the compressive forces of the lasso system would basically grab onto it, and then you can move it in a XYZ direction with either 3 or 4 towers, depending on what you want to use, and then you can position it right back onto the platform within less than an hour, so that you can then put another like Starship or a fuel tanker version to launch that again very quickly.
So I was going to ask about the XYZ. Um, do we think that the grabber system, right, whatever it is, would it be able to move on an XY axis, and possibly even a Z axis, or would it be relying on Starship to land accurately where it is? So could you make the pad actually move to help the Starship, or make the Starship just has to hit its mark? And then going by that logic, does on the Z axis, do you have the actual pillars move, or would it just be the cables? Like if you say the cables themselves are what can loosen and tighten to essentially control the Z axis of it.
So like an
Um,
elevator system that uses spools and
right,
tackle blocks,
right.
tackle and block system. I'm not saying that right. Block and tackle. Wow. They basically can use a lot of systems like that in order to just simply move the vehicle directly to where it needs to be in an XY coordinate plane, and then they can lower it basically just by loosening all four systems at
Right.
the same time, and put
Right.
it right in position. Whereas the other systems, you have to have a really weird, either a really weird and complicated track system that lowers and raises the vehicle, and there's other issues with that, or you have to go through and use the crane that is existing already to move it back to where it's supposed to be, which that takes more time. If you already have it attached, might as well use what's attached. And then you can basically just put it out there. Or the other issue is that you don't want to have people near a landed or nearly recently landed rocket. You want to basically just get it back into its position, align it automatically, or either automatically or through like a video game version of just aligning it on screen and locking into place, just like a docking with the ISS. So it's a really kind of fun system to think about. We saw a bunch of different examples of systems that already take place, but they don't use heavy loads. They use just like a cup and a ball, and they will throw the ball up, and then they'll move the cup around underneath it, and then they'll catch it, things like that. But nothing really with a lot of mass. So you have to see some system like that work with mass in order to catch it very quickly, depending on how you're using the system itself.
Interesting too that by doing a triangle, I never thought about triangles. I was thinking of squares. There's only three grid fins. No, I should say there's four grid fins. But if you do a triangle, you could get a couple degrees of rotational correction as well. If those cables were able to, translate from one tower to the other, you can get, so if it's not perfectly lined up with your GSE, not just on the X or not just on the Z axis up and down, but you're like, hey, it's off kilter by 2 or 3 degrees, you can rotate the cables essentially, making the starship, rotate those couple degrees and then set it down exactly where you need it to be. So
You would be very limited as far as the tower, but there was one other part of the tower system that we had talked about last night when we were in voice chat talking about this. That the tower would probably, or at least if you're using 3 or 4 towers, you would want to have an additional part of the system where you're bridging the towers together because you are putting so much mass on it so quickly. You want it to basically be sitting down and not pulling in. And so you basically do a little bit of an arc between the 3 or 4 towers, and you now have a really rigid system that won't collapse on you. And as long as you don't land the super heavy booster correctly on those areas, it works out pretty well.
the testing for that would be really fun to watch.
Oh man.
If they basically just build mock-up towers with, breakable cables in between them essentially, and say, can you land a starship inside that structure? Can you make the um, grid fins basically break the cables, showing that they were landing exactly where they were supposed to, type thing. So, and then you move on to, okay, we've shown we can accurately hit our target. Now let's make it actually catch it and hold it off the ground. So that'd be ridiculous to watch, but not quite as ridiculous as seeing the crazy Elon maneuver.
And that almost
Mostly
succeeded.
successful.
Like
Yeah,
there's so many
mostly
crazy
successfully.
ideas here that there's a lot of engineering that goes into this. We were so close with SN8 to see that one land. I would not expect SN8 to, I'm sorry, SN9 to fail. I would expect it to succeed based off of how well that performed. The only issue is that header tank that hopefully has been solved by the basically the helium pressurization system instead of what they were using before, which is either nitrogen or it's a reciprocal gaseous version of the pressurization for the LOX and the methane. So it's a gaseous version of those. Um, so trying to figure out what they use for those systems is kind of an interesting guess at this point because they're reusing automotive grade COPVs. So they say CNG only, and they're automotive for trucks and semis. But they've been going through and doing some amazing work on landing rockets for the Falcon 9 and almost getting SN8 to land. Like, that is such a crazy but amazing system to do that I'm glad that SpaceX is working on it because it has to be done in order to preserve the amount of fuel that they need to land and everything else. So it is working really well. to have SpaceX be so iterative and in their fast development process that between that as well as the amount of changes that they are doing at a factory level, like they're gearing up to make lots of these starships. So that is the biggest challenge of all. And like these other parts where they're, let's say, trying to land a reorbital booster, you don't see that kind of stuff happen with any other company so far. They've basically have the small versions of things where they're either reusing part of it or it's a small one using a parachute. Like Rocket Lab, it's very iterative and inventive on their part to use it, and it's hard to get to space. But everything that they're doing is just mind blowing once you actually like open it up and realize like the factory, the reusing of the super heavy starship with a kickflip, all of it. It's just awe-inspiring to see it every time.
That it is. Absolutely. Got a little bit of tank farm venting, maybe. Little tiny bit.
I guess they want to keep it chill for the next attempt, whenever that will be. So, yeah.
Grass venting is stopped. Recondenser does not look like it's going.
We all know what Elon's soon is. It's always double the length of time that he said it is.
It's Elon time. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I multiply Elon time for 3, but it's setting an optimistic target and goal internally, and then you over you I think what he does is he kind of under promises and over delivers. So he says, yeah, there's a 30% chance SN8 will make it. I was giving it like a 10% chance, but I'm not looking at the actual data. He's got the actual data, and I was betting that SN8 would have landed based off of nerd trot. I think it's supposed to be like nerd or not. Uh, could Starship possibly go geostationary orbit without refueling?
Definitely not too sure about that. I if you're saying with super heavy, uh, I would say yes. I think if there was something that I thrown around a while ago that it could actually could it reach the moon on just one tank? I think I saw
I think
that.
super heavy can get. I think super heavy can get there, but it would never. It couldn't get back. It could not land. It could get it. I think
You'd
it.
have to use Starship and Super Heavy to do it, any of
Well,
that.
right. Starship and super heavy, and without refueling, it could get into orbit, but it could not land and it could not get back. So, not a wise decision. To go pretty much anywhere, it has to refuel in orbit.
Oh, and no cargo either, and
Right. Oh, right.
probably no
No cargo.
flaps, and
Right.
it's basically
Right.
that same issue again.
Right. There was a couple things that said, without refueling, they could send it to Mars, they can get it into Mars orbit, but they couldn't land and they couldn't come back. So I mean, not a good idea. Starship is designed to pretty much need to refuel in orbit to go anywhere other than Earth orbit. So, and even that's low Earth orbit, not a sun synchronous or an L2 type orbit. So it is by design it has to refuel. So in orbit, which some people call that a disadvantage because other different rockets don't have to SLS can go to these places without refueling, but Starship will also cost ballpark 1/10 to 1/20th the cost of SLS. So
Wow, look at that farm venting going on now. Whew.
yay.
We're going for that probably 220, 223 time frame here. Uh, things are really picking up. So we don't have engine chill yet, but engine chill will give us the last about 15 to 20 minutes. At least it used to be in the past. Things change very rapidly with SpaceX and their testing approach and regimes. So that might be even sooner. It could be like 10 minutes from engine chill, but I think they'll do a bit more engine chill than that.
Marcus Langmesser, thank you again for another £5 donation. GG. Yes, thank you very much, sir. That's a whole lot of farm venting.
Don't think I've
They just
thrown
want to
my
walk around in it. I just want to walk around the farm right now, looking like that. Be
So
great.
Raw Space asks a question here. What is engine chill, and how can you tell it's happening? Also, can you tell when detanking is happening?
Josh, you want to take that one? I
Yeah,
answered it last time.
that's okay. The triple vent is as the name suggests, it's three vents from the bottom half of Starship. So there's one right in the center at the very last couple of rings, I think, on the bottom of Starship. And then on the opposite side, there are obviously two other vents that also vent off when the engine chill is started. So, yeah, that's when you can see engine chill. I'm not sure what was the other vent he was asking.
When
So
does it
how do we
detect?
know it's detanked?
Yeah.
The detanking one is two vents from one from the liquid oxygen tank and one from the liquid methane tank. So they're on the center, very center of the vehicle, actually, just about halfway up. Um, yeah, I think the just two long vents you would see on those two vents. Anything you want to add on to that?
I
Yeah.
think the fuel farm. There's one other thing you can notice is that condenser activates again when you're detanking, and that's the really weird part. Is like, is it going for another static fire? Are they filling it up again? No, they have to use that to cool down the methane that's a gaseous methane that they're pulling from the vehicle. And so it's just very disconcerting trying to figure out, okay, is it going more into one direction or the other? So after static fire, you always have that usually happen. We saw a little bit of it, but not much.
I would say there's a difference between kind of normal venting and actual detanking. If you look at the Launchpad cam, that super awesome camera gives us a much better view than we had before. When they do detanking, the puff of exhaust coming out of those tanks will it'll go 20, 30, 40 feet out from Starship. Um, when they're doing kind of small venting, it'll just be a couple feet of exhaust. So there's a usually a very big difference on a full detank and just the amount or the volume of gas that comes out of it. Uh, so if they detank after this one and you flip over to the Launchpad camera after, you can see kind of the difference between just a small venting, like what we just saw just a few minutes ago. There was kind of small little jet coming out of it, and when it fully detanks, and it looks like a mushroom cloud essentially coming out of those two vents. Specifically, the oxygen one tends to be bigger. What else we got?
Looks like we've got a question from, well, not a question actually, from Aaron Lewis, who says, not a question, but just thank you for doing this. So, yeah, thank you too. Thanks for listening. Thanks for supporting. Yeah, thank you. And then we've got a actual question here from A350FSX, who says, "Are you optimistic that SN9 will stick the landing?" Personally, I think yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. About a 75% chance I think it will land. They've learnt a lot from SN8. They've learnt a lot from these past few static fires. So I think yeah, there's a really good chance that they'll land it. What do
I'm
you think, guys?
I'm giving it a 90% chance, and I'm still sticking with SpaceX knows what they're doing, and it's going to land unless we get another like anomalous issue, which they've pretty much fixed that one as far as I can tell with the methane pressurization. But yeah, it would take something very anomalous to stop SN9 from landing.
I'm not. I think it will land completely upright. I think it will land much closer to a normal speed at landing. It won't hit so hard. I'm just maybe questioning, will it stay upright? The landing legs are still incredibly rudimentary talking, or relatively. Ooh, as a nice venting. The landing legs are still basically just small sticks. Um, they're not self-leveling. They're basically the whole things are like crumple zones. So I think it'll be if it lands great. If it doesn't, it'll be because the landing legs could not handle what they should have been able to handle. What you want to say the finalized versions of Starship landing legs would be able to handle that these ones might not. So
There's quite a bit of venting there off the top of the like the methane area or just above it, and that's usually for the I think the methane header tank that they're doing some pressurization there, something like that.
Robert DHB donated
Ooh.
$10. Says thanks for the smart engineering talk. You are very welcome, sir. We enjoy it. It's fun.
Now we're
So
getting quite a bit of venting down at the skirt area. Wow.
I think we may have seen this during one of the other static fires the other day. That was the very first static fire we had with SN9, actually. So yeah, that's interesting to see.
Fuel farm is going pretty wild on the launch pad cam.
yeah, it
And
is.
yeah, just looking at the Nerdle cam there, it's just quite a bit of that coming down. It actually kind of looks almost a little bit more liquid. So pretty heavy. And it's coming off on the right hand side here.
Yeah, I'm still sticking with around 12, 30, 35.
Yeah, so we've got another about, let's call it 9 minutes before we should head off here and let everybody watch in silence and until the static event occurs again. Because last time we kind of missed, or we're talking over it, so we missed the actual siren, and I think we will probably miss the siren again this time, just because they only have one police officer on site as far as I can see. Usually there's two, and that second one is usually the one who goes off and does the siren, but sometimes it's both.
Yeah, I meant 2:35, not 12:35. Unless we're going back in time there.
So Mike R asked a question earlier. Might be silly, but how does the rocket not move when being first this way? Is it anchored in some way, and how does this not damage the ship?
So luckily, Elon literally just tweeted that a few minutes ago. So using his words, the ship is held down by massive pins while the engines are fired. It's basically hold down clamps. There are pins that go through um, slots in the bottom of Starship um, that hold it down, and then those pins are removed when they're going to do an actual hop. They use the same thing for Falcon 9 for all SpaceX spacecraft. Other companies have used I forgot the actual technical term, but they were basically explosive bolts. They were bolted down, and then they would have directed shape charges that would basically break those bolts when when it was time for the rocket launch. Elon does not like using pyrotechnics for anything on all SpaceX stuff.
You
He
can only
wants
use it
everything to
once
be
and test it
well.
once.
Right. You can only use it once. You can only test it. You can't even test it, because it's an explosive charge. Once you do it, that's it. They're not repeatable for mistakes or, if there's problems with them. That was a shaped charge. Instead, it's a one-time use thing. So he likes using mechanical or, hydraulic for everything, including the hold downs for Starship. As for, will it damage them? Clearly they haven't damaged it yet. They've been doing this quite a while now with Falcon 9, and just how they design them, they are strong enough to hold down the force of the engines. Super Heavy, that seems amazing, to hold down the force of 28 Raptor engines, but clearly they've got that designed, so they are planning for it to not damage the Super Heavy when they do those full 28 engine static fires. That'll be
So
fun to see.
one other thing to mention on how the vehicle's held down and how it's not being damaged, they're basically reusing the same area that is for the feet. It's at the skirt section. It has load spreaders throughout the area for where the feet are connecting to, and the feet basically just swing down. And oh, now we've got a little bit of engine chill now. Um, so there are those basically areas that have three functions. It's like spraying the load, it's the hold down clamp, and it's where the foot swings out and basically takes the load and spreads it directly up vertically through the rest of the system. And so when it is basically just doing a static fire, it would be able to take off if you have like a 7 second static fire and those hold down clamps were released. And that would be a big oops because it's only a 7 second static fire. When they're actually doing the full thing here, you do have a nice large hop that occurs because they do release it when you are doing like a 150-meter or even a 12.5 kilometer or even the full orbital flight. You'll have to have those clamps basically just released to let the rocket go.
It's impressive to me how much quicker they are getting with this cadence for these static fires. I mean, the fact that we just had the farm venting what started like 10 minutes ago, and they're already doing engine chill. Prior it would be 20, 30 minutes of farm venting, and then a whole long time of engine chill. Right now we're at basically 50. What we're going to be like 20 minutes from the start of engine chill to static fire. Going by that timeline. So they are getting way faster in their cadence with the whole, I guess, for the whole, with the whole system from said, loading propellant, engine chill, and static fire. So this is not a lot of engine chill by any means, but it is some. So
I'm only seeing
Uh,
on the first one. I saw a little bit on the second, and it's still kind of coming and going. But maybe they're doing a just one engine static fire, maybe.
looks like we have Siren,
Oh
so
wow.
probably our time to hop off then, just in case. I mean, they have a stack fight early in even with the Siren, so
yeah, I agree. Since we have no idea how
Yeah.
quick it
So
is
yeah,
going.
we're gonna go ahead and jump off here, just because they will tend to throw a little bit of surprise at us. siren, and 30 seconds later. So we'll talk to you guys later, and for now, keep watching on the stream as we have a static fire from serial number 9, the third of the day, or third of the from this vehicle, and second of the day.
Talk to you soon.
All right.
See ya.
yeah, it would be just a massive game changer, and it will basically be the vehicles has been caught by the catching system. First off, it you have to do that for a super heavy. If you're going to go legless, then you're going to position it back on the platform, and then you have to stick another starship or a the tanker variant directly onto it to do another launch. So most of the launches are going to be tanker variants. You'll get some of the launches for satellites, and some of them for just a cargo mission. They'll have a lot of those. So Starlink is going to be the biggest customer, so they're going to be their own customer with Starship, and by all the metrics, it's going to be cheaper to fly Starship than it would be to fly Falcon 9 and reuse it. So they have to throw away the upper stage every single time they do a Falcon 9 launch, and with a Starlink launch on a Starship, they only have to throw away the mounting holder for Starlink, and maybe not even that, depending on how they do the launch system or the release mechanism for that. It might not even need that part, so they could just hold on to that and spin it up and release the satellites as long as they don't hit anything on the way out. They're good to go, and even then, they still might be functional. Okay, the next question we have here is from Cool Hand Luke. Will they be extending the length of Starship for crew compartment? I assume that they have all the tanks running from top to bottom inside, taking up room. Um, so do you want to go ahead and answer that one, Josh?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so they're extending the length of Starship for a crew compartment. Um, I don't think they would extend the section, obviously, because there's the fairing section is actually empty space. The LOX and CH4 tanks actually end at about um, three-quarters of the way up the vehicle, or maybe 2/3 of the way up. And the rest of that is actually just empty space, except from the LOX header tank at the top. Um, so they don't actually need to extend the vehicle to fit the crew compartment in, because they will be using the empty space as the crew compartment, along with the cargo missions. They'll be using that as the cargo bay, um, and the tanker variant will also just use that as an extra tank. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't think they would extend the vehicle anymore.
There was one extension that Elon had mentioned, but it wasn't for the crew compartment. It was for pretty much the tanker version. That's the only time he's mentioned anything about extending it, and it's just to get up to 1,800 metric tons of fuel, and that's pretty much just moving the bulkheads around. So as Josh has said, that yeah, that's pretty much empty space. The best visual giveaway of where the crew compartment starts is you see a bunch of wires, and they're kind of orange and gray running up the side of the Starship. Uh, that at the very top is where you can basically start your crew compartment all the way up to that first. So if you go from the top to the bottom, that first line that's very visible, that's where pretty much the header tank ends, at least the bottom of the header tank. So everything from that point down to those lines is usable. Okay, what's the next question we have here? Noted X2 says, I just joined and I'm confused. Why did SN9 do an unexpected static fire, and there's going to be another one? Why? So, according to Elon, we're basically doing some rapid static. Let's see here. Thank you. Thanks for the great job keeping us informed. Enjoy it. Thank you for the $10, Rick. Uh, Michael Rinnie says, love the commentary. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Michael. Uh, fan made promise or promos. Sorry. What are those three structures to the left that look to be venting? I noticed at times that they vent quite a lot more than the rocket itself. And so what you're seeing is on the left-hand side of the Nerdle cam, there are three large structures that are similar to each other. Those are just water tanks. It's what's behind them is venting. And then there's even more venting going off to the far left of the screen, but it's actually behind that one tank that's the kind of a gray tank. So you have three black ones and a gray one, and beyond that is actually what you see the venting coming from, and that's called an air gas vaporizer. That is what is been doing the venting, and that actually chills the methane going in or out of the system. So right now, I'm suspecting it's going out. Like, holy cow, we have a lot of venting now. So let me see. The recondenser started again. It looks like at 15:04. So that's 3:04. So if we get the numbers right again here, it'll be basically let's see. I'm gonna say 340 approximately. I think we were probably missed some of the earlier venting or something like that. There's always the chance. So I'm gonna go for 340 or just after. So maybe 342. What time do you expect it to go off, Josh? If you have a guess of a time frame here.
I'm saying, I'd say 3:35. I think.
Okay, you'll go later. Pessimist as
Yeah.
always.
Oh yes.
No, I'm actually an optimist at most times. Actually, a pessimist at most times, but an optimist at others. So let's see. The next super chat we have here is from D Slug. This is better than cable TV. Yes, it is, Doug. Thank you for watching. Uh, Dash Ripe Tide says, I'm putting my bet this will be a 100% success to landing. I'm betting on that as well. So thank you for the $5 on that. There's going to be some crow for some people and crow for others. So here's a good one for all of you out there. With SN9's, upcoming hop, is it going to land or is it going to crash? Which one do you guys say it's going to happen? I'd love to see your comments, and let's see if we can get the optimist side of us to say land. I'm gonna go for that one.
And now we wait for all the chats to roll in.
Yeah.
And just adding on from a quick question earlier about the three tanks, we do give them a nickname. They're called the Three Amigos, the three water tanks. So yeah, just if you ever hear that in chat, that's what it means.
Yep, that we do call them the Three Amigos. They were the first items pretty much in the fuel farm. We had Hopper, we had just some small tanks here and there, and those were the big ones. Okay, I've got another super chat here from Chris Brown, donated 10 euros. Says, just asked Rusty Buckets if there'd be a partaking of a little bit of commentary during the flight hop of SN9. To answer it, there's a possibility, as promised. Rusty, here's the 10 euros. So I'm thinking they're specifically mentioning Rusty coming on and talking with us. Ooh, I like that.
That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here the chat's rolling, and it looks like the majority is saying land, which is nice to see.
I see one that says crash land. Make up your mind.
I mean, it will land either way. It's just in how many pieces it's gonna land. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
like after it lands, how many pieces that it needs to be, and land in pieces of boom. Okay, we've got another member who's just joined. Backstage Clown, welcome to the green team. Like and subscribe. those are always helpful too. What's the next question we have on the list here? So many things to talk about in so little time.
Yeah, looks like we've got a question from that one hater. I really hope you don't hate us. um, what do you think? When do you think the first crewed flight will be, and how many will fly? I think the first crewed flight will be about 2023. Not sure what time of the year. Probably about midway through, I would say. Um, and I don't think many people will be on that flight. I'd say five maximum. Um, I'm not sure what they did with the shuttle and how many people they did with that on the first human test.
It was
Um,
I think it was 6 or 7.
oh, yeah, then I think that's about full capacity there. So, I mean, I don't think they do a full capacity test for Starship because there's quite a few people who could fit in that. Um, but yeah, they did two with Crew Demo 2. The max for that is 7. And they also did, like you said, 6 or 7 with shuttles. So yeah, I'd say about 6 or 7, or maybe even up to 10, even with Starship.
I mean, the thing is with Starship, you could load 100 people going to the moon. Like that won't be the first one, obviously. Um, when is the question that they were asking, and I'll have to say, I'll be the pessimist on this one, uh, and say, let's say 2024 is when we would see the first crewed one. I kind of change my mind all the time on this one because it really just depends on how many flights that they've had already where they've re-entered, landed successfully, and they have to follow those nines. If they are not able to do that, then of course they won't fly people on it. They'll be eventually as safe as basically flying on a regular airliner, but they have to do a lot of cargo missions first before they put people on it.
Yeah, I'm just reading chat now, and it looks like there was only two astronauts on the first shuttle test flight. So yeah, I mean, it could be anywhere from 2 or 4 to 10 or 15. I mean, it depends how many people can actually fit in Starship. That really hasn't been made up officially yet.
Yeah, I'm going for the 33 or 32 around there for that number of like regular flights to, let's say, the moon or to Mars. That's the one that seems the most comfortable. The rest would be cargo. And so you split it up a little bit, and that seems to be the number that seems to fit with just the most average part for everybody else. Like everybody kind of threw their numbers forth, and that was the average that I found that fit the best. So that sounds like a good number. It's reasonable. It's not too high, not too low, as long as you're comfortable and have some space. That should be good. And it's like a cruise for the most part, but you go to a different planet.
Looks like we've got a super chat from R&D engineer who say mods commentary miss you guys. Yeah, we miss you too.
Got another
Uh,
super chat from Bill Barry for $5. Actually, it's not super chat; it's a sticker. So I have to go see what that one is. What's the next one we have here? Oh, it's not
uh,
even a sticker. It's just $5. Thank you, Bill.
Dash Riptide. To get you from stop bashing my name, it's Dash Riptide. Learn it. Here's more money. Thank you for the $5.
Thanks, Dash Riptide.
And then we've got $2 from WizKid. 2021 Year of the Ray. Thank you.
And then fan-made promos. Is a static fire duration necessary prior to the hop, or do they just need to test a quick static fire? I always thought they do a full duration. Uh,
So far, we've only seen short duration static fires. So I mean, unless they've changed something, we're not really sure. What do you think, Thomas?
I'm going to say that the static fire duration being a full one, not going to happen for Starship. It's always just been short ones. Now they're doing shorter than they used to. They're basically just testing to make sure that the system ignites, it works, it can reignite. That's why I think they're doing these tests in a row like this. Um, there is that little issue of, well, it might not work out as far as what you end up have happening to the vehicle or the engines because you're putting more wear and tear on them. But yeah, it's much safer to test it over and over again like this than try doing it the last minute. So I think that was one of the issues that or actually, on the flight itself, where you're finding a fault like they did with SN8. So I think this is a much better methods that they're working on right now. So on the same line of thought, for those of you who just donated, thank you so much. The money that you've just donated goes directly to paying for the cameras, the internet, the setup. And also kind of another bit, I want to do a shout out to our sponsors. So we have Sapphire Condominiums, Isla Grande Beach Resort, Pearl South Padre, as well as the city of South Padre Island, Realty, Init Weather, and Stumpy01, John Heyman, Crow Guy. Those are some of the big supporters. And now, yeah, we've just got some methane venting just a little bit ago. It was at 321 on Starship. So that's kind of expected before you have some of these things, but I'm waiting for that engine chill again. Like we have enough going on to say there could be another static fire. I'm very hopeful for that.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another donation from Dash Riptide. And they say, and we only want to hear Ray or Rusty karaoke or Scotty. And I'm saying, yeah, too. We need to hear them on here doing karaoke.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I tried to get them on here I think I tried to get Rusty and Thomas on here for Christmas to do a karaoke, but nothing came of that. And oh wow, looks
Oh,
like
we've
we've
got
got,
engine chill.
yep, looks like only two again. So that's
Ah.
interesting.
So people are basically saying, "Oh, another static fire. I need to go back to work." No, no, you gotta sit here, watch this. It's another static fire. That's gonna happen now. That's kind of confirmed by this engine chill. So 15 minutes from now would probably be about right. Or maybe I'm still wrong, but let's see here. 15 minutes would be 3:40, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so even my pessimism didn't reach that far.
But depends on the time setup is for these engine chills. They've been changing around on us in the past year, so it could be down to the 10 minutes. But we're just gonna have to look out for that engine chill stopping and starting up again. After about 5 seconds, you'll see a static fire, but it'll be a little bit longer until we get that nice static fire happening.
Oh wow, we have Siren already.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
They are really getting good at this. Quite impressed to
So
see
10
how
minutes
fast
then.
they go.
All right. So
3:35.
just in
Isn't
case they decide not just 10 minutes, like 4 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that, we'll head off here, and we'll be back after the third attempted static fire for the day. I'm hoping for a successful one here. Oh, this will be a lot of fun.
just to add, I'm pretty sure I said 3:35, right?
I said you said 45, I think.
I'm not sure about that.
I said 42, and you went later. You were being pessimistic, I thought.
Probably, yeah.
All right. We'll be back again soon, so just keep watching and stay with us as we have a third static fire attempted.
See you soon.
And we are back yet again. So this is Thomas with Josh, and now I have Chris with me as well. So welcome, Chris. You may have missed the first three static fires.
No, I didn't miss him.
You watched them. Okay, you saw it. You
Yep.
were working.
Yes, I was working.
Okay. Yeah. So there is plenty of stuff happening. You were saying we were just talking a little bit ago that you think there's going to be a fourth?
I mean, the way they're going today, all bets are off. I mean,
Yeah.
I've ate my bit of crow already today. Because I mean, we've had some odd things going. Obviously, they're not odd to Elon because he pretty much told us they were doing their practices today, and we've had three really good static fires, and he's got time left. So I would not be surprised at the how fast they're going that we could potentially see a fourth.
Yeah, this is going very quick. I did the quick back of the envelope calculations here, and it's about an hour and 15 minutes since between static fires two and three. Before that, it was like 2 hours and 5 minutes, or less than 5 minutes. So yeah, they're really increasing the pace. They have until 5 o'clock for the road closure. That doesn't mean a whole lot, honestly, but it does mean a little bit of something. So before 5 o'clock, could they hit another one at 1 hour and 15 minutes? Definitely. They could do it again. The condenser's going on the left-hand side. We're not seeing much of the fuel. I'm sorry, the flare stack. It is venting, or it was venting earlier. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong piece there. It was venting earlier in the day, just quite a bit. Now that test configuration has changed, or there was a bug and they fixed it. One of those two. Would you think it would be a test configuration or a bug with that flare stack doing what it was doing earlier?
I was thinking that was part of the test.
Just to interrupt, we have confirmation from Elon that all three static fires were completed and no rapid unscheduled disassemblies, which is great to hear.
Oh yeah, that is really good news. I can see it in front of me, so yeah, it didn't blow up.
He's not hinting at a fourth one today, but yeah, that's definitely great to hear rather than a fourth and then a potential rud. So
Would explain his tweet earlier if we only have three, because he was saying specifically on his tweet uh, there was he was saying two of three, uh, so that would explain that they were in the second one, but they weren't complete. That would make more sense, unless he was talking about the other day. One way or the other, it was kind of ambiguous.
I kind of thought he was talking about the first static fire that they had the other day. So, and that we would only see two. But here we are. Now seen a total of four static fires.
Three in one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying we could go for maybe a fourth, but the way it reads from Elon's latest tweet, that's a little bit doubtful. It said all three static fires completed and no ruds. So unless there's a fourth one that just happens to magically appear in the next hour and 15 minutes, which could happen based off the last testing regime, who knows?
So did
But
the first one catch you guys all off guard? Because it scared the heck out of me.
yeah, well, I saw it on this off the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh, oh, and we were kind of talking over it because we were expecting it another few minutes later before we would even have the siren. So it happened before then. We didn't even hear of a siren at that point.
yeah, it looks like they wanted to test some sort of rapid scheduling. So yeah, they definitely did that pretty well.
Can they
So
go in 40 minutes now? just just go again in 40 minutes. What do you guys think? Could they do it?
well, I think they could. Actually, I think they could probably go faster than that because I think Jeff was talking about it earlier. Um, if you have fuel in the main tanks and the header tanks, and they're simulating as close as possible to what the vehicle's going to do, then you've got your main 3 engine fire for launch, and then it drops to 2, and then it drops to 1, and then they cut off, uh, and they, I guess you would call it detank, is getting rid of the excess fuel uh, on the way down as well as on the way up, and then they have to relight from the header tanks for the landing, and that's a 2 engine fire. They didn't do. We don't believe they would use 3 engines on the landing, so yeah, they could probably do this within a 2 static fires within less than 10 minutes.
That's the real trick. If they can get it down to that point and the engines don't go engine rich, if they don't blow themselves up doing this testing regime in that 10-minute, static fire, then another static fire, that would be the real goal, or even less than that. So looking at like SN 14, I'm sorry, SN 8 and 9, they're going to have to do that static fire and then free fall, then another, I'm sorry, static. It's going to be a full on engine burn, turning off one engine at a time, working its way up. Then they have to relight 2 of those engines to do the kickflip. And the engines that they've been testing have been the one closest to us and the one on the far left. So the one on the right they haven't been igniting, I think, because well, we had no indication of a engine chill off that one on the right. Otherwise, we would see a lot more.
Yeah, I was wondering
So
about that. Is there? I would kind of think you'd want all 3 engines chilled, even though you're only going to light 2 of them.
yeah, I've seen them do that before, where they've done 3 engine chills and then only lit 2 of the engines. So the test configurations are always changing with SpaceX, which is good. Means that they know the territory that they are safe in. Because there's territory that they have assumptions on based off of other data, but they need to prove that data. But yeah, these test regimes are fun, and they're changing, and they're dynamic, and there's just a lot of fuel farm activity, and the condenser's going to get again. So I'm hopeful for possibly a fourth. It's not confirmed. Elon hasn't said anything about a fourth. They might be, engineers just saying, "Oh, it's stuck in a loop. We can't turn it off. We have to just keep going until it's done."
Somebody
But
put little error in the code where it keeps looping.
So of course, this is the normal testing regime. No, this is beyond normal so far of having 3 static fires in one day. I just love this. So we do have a lot of questions that people are asking. I wanted to kind of get some general topics and categories to go over. We did talk about the idea of landing the super heavy. That's a fun hot topic because it's just a crazy but amazing idea. Um, but yeah, actually, hold on. I've got a couple of donations to mention real quick. Ian McM donated 10 Canadian dollars. Marcus Langmesser donated €2, and Aggie Zach donated $5 and says, "Come on, number 4 or 5." So yeah, be able to hit the like button, the subscribe button, and if you would like to become a Discord member, that is free. So you can hit Discord. So you can get some amazing conversations. You can do show and tells with me and everybody else who we like to sit and voice chat and talk about what's going on, show pictures, and basically describe what parts of the vehicle do what, and all the changes in Boca Chica and everything else. Um, let's see. But yeah, let's find a good category here. Unless you have one in mind, Chris or Josh.
Well, so there have been some questions that I've seen in the past, and well as I've seen some earlier today in regards to ITAR.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so I can kind of give a brief overview of what that is because I used to teach it, and I do teach some people at work just the basics on how it applies.
So yeah, let's go over that. So ITAR, what does that even stand for in the beginning? The International Trade Arm Restrictions or something like that?
International traffic and arms regulations.
Traffic. Okay.
So it's basically governing the import and export of uh, basically defense or articles and or defense services, or pretty much anything that we may want to protect for national security.
Okay, so
And,
does that apply to uh, like for if somebody comes and takes a picture of Starship or of a rocket engine or something like that that is from a public viewing space, does that count?
no, no, it doesn't. Now there could be something that they're going to work on that they don't want visible. Those would be kept out of sight. But if you think about it, we're surrounded by ITAR restricted items on a day to day basis, especially if you get close to an Air Force base or you've gone to an air show or you've seen the B 1 or the B 2 flying or the F 22 or the F 35. Those are all ITAR restricted uh, items, aircraft. But yet you can see them day to day. You can take photos of them. You just can't get the details of what's actually in them, how they're made, um, and you can't just go out and buy one, of course.
I'd love to see somebody just go out and buy a B-22 bomber. It just doesn't really happen. You can find the old stuff, but it's usually been changed quite a bit.
Yeah. So a lot of times it's not necessary. There's a couple of misconceptions on when it comes to ITAR. I mean, a lot of ITAR products can still be sold. However, it all depends on what's in that end item. Um, if there's a restricted component within the product itself that is restricted, then most likely it's not going to get sold to uh, a party that doesn't have a license to buy that. At the same time, there's processes on how we build things that are ITAR restricted. But the end item, once it's produced, doesn't actually have any, may not be fully restricted. So, in a lot of ways, um, you can buy items, but you can't necessarily get the process on how it's built because that's what we're restricting. So, for SpaceX, um, since they're a private company, but they are doing work with the U.S. government. They are launching satellites and whatnot for the U.S. government. They have to follow ITAR control processes. So, majority of the people that would work there will all have to be ITAR compliant, which means they have to be a U.S. citizen or an equivalent. And there's most likely there probably are a few positions that don't have ITAR requirements, but as far as I know, every position that I've looked at that's been there, they've got a ITAR requirement that has to be met.
Okay, so basically, from what I'm understanding, what you're saying, the ITAR restrictions only apply to basically the purchase or sale of an item that's restricted, and even then, it's not always enforced for like the end product, as you said. So you could sell an aircraft, but parts of the aircraft are ITAR restricted, but the aircraft is not. Let's
Yeah,
say.
and there may be multiple variants of that aircraft. So there's most likely a U.S. version, and then there may be a foreign party that's interested in having that same aircraft, but yet it will be restricted on what components can go in that, to the point where we can still get a license to sell the aircraft without the U.S. restricted components being in play.
And typically, if you have to sell it to a nation or an individual across the seas, that you're like, okay, this person could be trusted, but you have to still get some sort of exemption or waiver for something like that, right?
Yeah, so they have to apply for a license, and that license will either be for a quantity of goods to be delivered or at a monetary value. And then when one or both are met, then no more goods can be exported without a license renewal.
Wow. So I mean that's quite an in-depth process just for the. Is it just for the U.S. or does this apply for other countries and they have their own versions of ITAR?
So other countries do have their version. The other one that comes to mind is EAR. And off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly what it stands for. But yeah, each country is going to have their own version of ITAR. They're going to want to protect their products for their national interest as we do ours. So a majority of the processes that I work with are controlling the data. So basic rule of thumb: if we restrict long text verbiage of work instructions. So if they can get more than, I guess the rule of thumb is anything greater than 120 characters of text, they might be able to glean something out of that. So we protect that. So you can give general information about something, a description, but I can't give you the step-by-step instructions on what it takes to put that together and some of the pieces and parts that go into that work.
Okay, so there's basically either particular items or things that are protected. And is it usually particularly for like military applications, or is it along the lines of like IP for intellectual property or those kinds of things? What is it? What is it mostly protecting against?
So it's protecting the sale of protected goods to foreign actors that may want to harm the U.S. IP will fall into that, but IP can sit on its own uh, intellectual property. We don't want necessarily intellectual property getting out into anybody's hands because then they can reproduce what I'm trying to make a profit off of or trying to design myself. So IP does come into that, but that's just another category that can sit by itself or be combined.
Wow, looking at the starship again here. It's getting really frosty, and it's just looking nice. And well, it's like it's the frosty. I would say the version is either it's a little bit wet with condensate, like you have on a glass, or it's maybe just ice cube, like that kind of frosty, or just the ice on your car when you go out after a rainstorm and then it gets really cold. We kind of have that kind of frost. So there's another kind of frost I've seen where it's basically just working its way up. It's a bit of snow, but yeah, and then the basically air gas vaporizer we know as the condenser. It's been basically puffing off and on for a while now. Um, and oh, now we've got some large venting off of the methane flare. Wow.
Well, that's impressive. I saw that earlier today. I was like, "What is that?" Because one of the camera views, it was just coming across on the ground, and then I went over to the launch pad cam, and it's like, "Oh, okay." Because at the view I had earlier, I'm like, "Oh wow, did we damage one of the tanks in the fuel farm?" So I was quickly going through all the other cameras to see what was going on.
But yeah, that was a really interesting perspective on ITAR. Thank you for that. Is there any other things that are good things to mention about that, or was that the kind of the general basis? Because there's a lot more. I take it like specifics that you can't you know obviously sell particular weapons and nukes and things like that. But is there anything else that was a general thing that you wanted to go over on that?
No, I just wanted to just cover it briefly to give people an idea of what ITAR really is.
And that's something that you seem to deal with in your day job here, as far as like, yeah, you don't want to give your IP out, but then the ITAR restrictions occur as well. All right, do you want to go ahead and take some questions as well while we're here and waiting for potentially a fourth static fire? I mean, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I can't access the list right now, but we can go through them and do some.
All right, let me see if I can get some of the newer ones because I'll kind of go in reverse order. So if you want to hear Rusty on the live chat, please type Rusty 3 separate times, according to Stumpy01. So yeah, Stumpy donated $10 to do that. Thanks, Stumpy. Okay, so a real question here. Fred Polynesia says, "What is a U.S. citizen or equivalent?" Um, and I think that's the ITAR stuff you were talking about here.
Yeah, so that the easiest way to explain that is green card holder.
What about, let's say, U.S. allies for NATO and those kinds of things? Would that be also the equivalent, or
No,
would
so
that be a...
I work with a lot of foreign nationals, UK, India, Mexico. They either have to have a license to work with those products, which we do with our coworkers down in Mexico, or they have to have a green card.
Okay. Well, I've got to run real quick. Somebody's at the door, but I'll ask this question here. Why would you say a two-engine landing when two engines caused a rud at the last one, from Ben Foyer?
So we don't believe the number of engines caused any of the issues with the rud on SN8. What we saw was the engines going engine rich, and based on Elon's tweet, that was due to header tank pressure not being where it needed to be at. And our working theory, is that one of the engines collided with another, and that caused it to go into a rut, I guess you could say. The the green flame you saw was because of the engine being eating itself up from the damage it took, I believe, is what we've been saying. The two engine fire, and Thomas, jump in here.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Okay. I believe the two engines is because, one, you can only throttle these Raptors down so much, and I believe
exactly.
It's in the 40% range,
50 to 40. Like they're trying to get them down to like 30 or 35%, but then they won't actually throttle them to that. That's just like a safe buffer to protect the engine, because that's really the hard area to get to.
Yeah, and we know based on that, three engines would be overkill. That would probably do more damage to the landing pad. And so I think what they were targeting for is just the right amount of throttle, the right number of engines, so they can slow the descent. And I think the descent, I could be wrong here, but I think the descent needs to be around 3 to 4 meters a second, or as high as 5 to 6. That's just based off of my estimate against an aircraft carrier landing, where the gears are designed to handle about 5 to 6 meters a second landing, which is an extremely hard landing. So I figured 3 to 4 would be about their target, and two engines at the right throttle should be able to achieve that.
So SN8 had 10 times that amount. We were looking at about 30 meters a second when it, quote, landed. It it didn't really land as much as it impacted the ground and then blew up.
Yeah.
But it was so close. Even with one engine, I was quite impressed. If they had done the, let's say, kickflip earlier and then decided to turn off one engine, that may have worked if they had slowed down enough in time. But obviously, the header tank pressure and everything else, and it looks like a cascading failure. So you did mention, I heard that the one engine ran into the other. That was because the other engines stopped. And basically, instead of moving out of the way, it just sat there like a deer in the headlights. It didn't know what to do. So yeah, that was quite a adventure for us on SN8. It was so close, but didn't quite make it.
Yeah, they could land with one engine. SN5 and SN6 did, of course, but SN5 and 6, that engine was offset. Here they're not totally offset. They're configured in the right order. So I guess we'll see if we're going to see two engines on SN9 when it comes in for a landing, or if it's just one. But I suspect
we'll
it'll
see
be two.
I suspect 2 as well. I think they're going to do everything exactly the same, except this time fix what was wrong with the last one, then try it, make sure if it works or fails. If it fails, what broke it, and then go from there. Um, okay, so Fred Planitia has another question on ITAR here. Why can Rocket Labs build their rockets in New Zealand and hire New Zealand nationals to work for them, and yet they are, I believe, a U.S. company?
So you can be a U.S. company, but if you're operating in New Zealand, you're most likely following their regulations, even though you're a U.S. company. So, for example, myself, if I leave the country, I technically be treated as a foreign national at that point, because I have left the U.S. border. So I have to use extra precautions, especially if I take my work with me, to make sure that I protect the data from visibility while I'm outside the U.S. And at times, I could also have my status temporarily changed to where it restricts me from seeing any restricted information while I'm abroad. But yeah,
That's smart.
but I would suspect that New Zealand has their own regulations, um, and they're probably being governed in the country that they're working in.
Just to butt in quickly, Elon has announced that on Twitter that detanking and inspections on SN9 are happening now. Good progress towards our hop in and go to Mars goal. So yeah,
So
sounds
we
like
are going for a D tank, not a static fire. Ooh,
So
misread that one.
Elon's our silent commentator today.
Yes, he is. Thank you, Elon, for jumping in and saving us on that one. But yeah, now we're just watching for the road closure to open up instead. Um, so there's several things I've noticed that we would normally look for in the final, like, okay, a pad clear, or at least the, I'm sorry, not the pad, but the fuel farm is ready to be, you know, finished and finalized on its process. There is a piece of equipment we call the bull snort. So you can't really see it on Nerdle Cam, but you can see it on Lab Cam. It is the 3 black tanks on the far left. There is a piece of equipment that's just a standpipe with 2 outlets. That is what we call the bull snort. When that goes off, all testing is done. That's one thing I used the other day to figure out that, yeah, it looks like testing's done. I was watching with everybody else for a potential static fire again, but it wasn't happening for a second attempt the other day on, I think it was Wednesday. Oh, now I'm no, today is Wednesday. Sorry, it was Monday. So yeah, the time is kicking up on me now. Kaz Irving says, WDR or launch most likely tomorrow, or will we just have to wait and see if Boca Chica Village is cleared?
So we kind of talked about that before we jump back on. There's been some interesting developments today, of course, not only with the multiple static fires. So we've got the road closure for today, of course. We've got one for tomorrow. But we also had 3 new ones dropped on us earlier this afternoon for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we've got that. But then they added another TFR today for Saturday. So we've got TFRs for the 14th, 15th, and 16th. So
Wow.
Everything kind of lines up for tomorrow because we have a road closure and a TFR. But then we don't have road closures for the 15th and the 16th to go with their TFRs.
So in the past with SN5 and 6 and 8, I heard that they had I think it was like a flight readiness review or something like that, where they basically go through all the data, make sure everything checks out, do the final checks on basically every piece of equipment, I assume, just kind of like you have on an airplane. So if this one, they need to make sure the flaps be able to actuate or everything else. So we might see some testing tomorrow like that, or maybe later today. And depending on how fast they would get that review process done, we'd either happen today, tomorrow, and into either part of tomorrow. But it's about the villagers. I think once we see them headed off, that's when it's really happening because that means they're really serious. They don't want to just put people in a hotel for a random reason. They want to get this thing hopping into the 12 and a half range. It's actually more of a flight. A hop is, well, it's a weird term. Like if you have a helicopter, if it flies up vertically and then comes down vertically, is that a flight? Yeah, I think so. So this would be a flight as well. So a hop is more of a short duration. 12 and a half kilometers is not a short duration. That's a launch or a flight. Both of those are counted on that. So help kind of define that for people.
I don't think we'll see another hop until potentially the booster. Everything else is going to be considered a flight.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a 150-meter hop on booster number one. Whether that actually gets to that stage remains to be seen. We don't even have it put together yet. But it looks good. It's basically Starship on steroids.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to them to come out probably maybe tonight or tomorrow. Um, as long as the winds are down, unchain the flings and flamps and actuate them another time just to get them checked and make sure that they're hitting their marks, and then getting ready for the flight. But like you said, there's a checklist. They're going to go through and double check everything, make sure everything's working properly. No issues that were uncovered due to today's static fires, and get the vehicle ready.
Yeah. So I've got a question from Razor Rockets that it's kind of I can answer it in a kind of a joking way. So Razor's a good guy. When do you think they will install Windows in Starship? They won't install Windows XP on Starship. Sorry, it's counted as a virus these days.
It's running on Linux.
Yeah, it's running on Linux, exactly. But no, Windows as in viewing ports is what he really means.
Well, we probably won't see that for a while. What do you think, Josh?
Like you said, there's no real basis it can go off. I mean, I think at least a couple of orbital launches before we even see anything on the crew side. Maybe even some more cargo missions even. But yeah, it's going to be a while before we see that.
You'll have something with, I'm hoping Elon on it. It looks like Elon but with an A. It's a aluminum oxide compound that is very difficult to make, but it is transparent. That's the fun part about it. It's transparent aluminum. Welcome back to the days of Star Trek and Scotty. Yes.
Going back in time.
Exactly. So along the same lines of thinking here, Nerdonaut asks, does SpaceX have a robot which attaches the heat tiles to the starships?
Oh, so we believe. Well, we're not sure about attaching the heat shield. We think that's still being done manually. But we have seen evidence of a couple of robots. One, I think, is in the mushroom shed, applying studs to the surface. And then we think the one at Iron Hinge or Low Bay is also going to do some of that work, although it may be doing welding as well.
I'm guessing that it could be for both tasks. You can have one robot do multiple jobs. You just have different attachments. And you basically just have to either custom make those attachments or purchase those attachments. But yeah, it's mostly meant for the one in High Bay. I think it's really meant for welding the seams together of the new nose cone sections that they're putting together. So it's a vertical nose cone sections instead of these horizontal rings that they stack on top of each other. So that changes things. And the heat shield tiles, yeah, I haven't seen anybody use a robot to put those on yet. It looks like it's just clicking them in place. It's a very simple but lengthy, laborious job, especially when you have like 40,000 heat shield tiles. Or no, it's 40,000 studs is what I saw on SN9, I think. It's got 73 tiles on it at current, but it could go less than that. So what is the number here I'm looking for? So it's like 13,000 tiles, I think, is what we were looking at for SN9. If you covered the entire thing that has all of the studs, they're doing 3 or 4 different styles of tiles. They've got extra large, they've got large, medium, small, and then maybe some other variants. One was had no studs that it would attach to; it was just glued on. That we saw that with SN6. That failed miserably. The glue succeeded. It stayed on. The heat shield tile, well, parts of it stayed on, but the rest of it came off. So yeah, it's one of those things where the heat shield tiles are quite a fun process to figure out exactly what they're going to do with them next. So it's one of those things we'll have to take day by day. But thank you for that, Nerd Not. What's the next question we have here? So Alaska Space Nut asked, how about a large robot to catch Super Heavy with its hands and set it back down on the OLP? So on that note, Elon, I think, was watching a Boston Dynamics robot dance that has been going around, and then right after that, he mentioned the whole catching a Super Heavy thing. So Alaska Space Nut, I think you're onto something of what Elon wants to see. The exact, issues of how the robot would catch it, though. That's a that's a fun one to think about and look at. Any thoughts on that, Chris?
So Iron Giant's going to step out and reach out and catch it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's we've got a ways to go before we see the final way that's going to be done. But everybody's got some really, really great ideas out there from not too far off of the idea that you had, Thomas, and that was kind of a lasso to the arms that come out and catch it. To I heard a little bit of talk earlier about some arms that would extend upwards to potentially catch it. That seemed interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting one as well. It's a bit bigger. The only thing I've worried about with any of the options out there is you need to make sure that you can get out of the way of putting in a Super Heavy in and putting a Starship on. Those are the big requirements that whatever system you work with, you can't get in the way of what you're needing to stack. So it's a fun one. Oh, let's see. We do have a number of new sponsors that I may have missed. So let me go through and see if I can get those in here. So let's see. We have Climb Right, Jens Hasselham, as well as Backstage Clown. I like that name. Let's see if I've got any other ones. Oh, yep. Oh no, that was it, I think. So thank you for joining the new green team here. So we have a members area in the community tab, so you can look for other additional content there on YouTube. And for those of you who can't join, just hit the like or subscribe buttons. Those little things help. And any of the financial contributions are basically going to help keep the cameras running, upgraded, as well as just making sure that we're paying for the internet and everything else here that's required.
Yeah, and if you do decide to join, don't forget to do the command !mark Discord so you can get the link to our Discord server, and then join us over there where you can chat with others. You can sign up for additional notifications. For example, events of when we think certain launches are going to occur, you can sign up for those. You can sign up for notifications that tell you when the pad's clear, road closure, engine chill, things like that. So you don't necessarily have to watch the YouTube stream all the time in case you are working, but you'll get a notification to alert you that, I might want to switch over now and watch the stream because something's about to happen. Or you can also sign up for the show and tell that Thomas puts on, so we go over more in depth views of things that we see. And sometimes we get off on a tangent and start reverse engineering things, but we have a lot of fun doing it, and we learn a lot about the vehicle while we're doing it.
Oh, and I just missed a couple other new members here. Go You Rock and SPL Track. Thank you for. Oh, actually, you both upgraded. Thank you for upgrading on those. I did see a fun question here. Do you think that they have tested the main tanks first, then the header tanks, then another main tank from Jelly 420? So what did we kind of? I think it was for the static fires. Like, did they test main, header, then main again?
Could have been.
Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it could have been any kind of configuration today that could have done two header tanks fires and then a main, or two main and then a header. We don't really know, but I think after reviewing footage later on, we may be able to see any differences. I'm not sure if we can detect if it was a header or a main tanks from the like differences in the actual stack fire itself.
So far, the one that you can really just like that you can say yes, it was a header tank is if it's frost up. We didn't see any frosting, so I think it was just all three were main tanks, and that's all this was just to test rapid uh, fires on the that system. It makes me kind of a little bit more concerned, but if they are using the methane header and just the LOX main tank, then that would make more sense. That I can't see where the differences are on that because it's all embedded in the system. You don't see any frost on the outside. So
Yeah, and the methane tank is the one, header tank is the one they had the issue with, I believe.
yeah,
So
exactly.
I was thinking that at least that header tank would have been in one or either the second or the third test,
So
just to validate that they could do it.
one thing I need to mention of like we call it header tanks and people might not know what it is. So real briefly, the a header tank is basically reserve fuel. So you have your main fuel in your main tanks, and then the header tank is reserve fuel for landing. And from what I can tell, that's all it's used for. They don't even go to the back to the main tanks. It appears for additional fuel. If there's any fuel in there, it's basically left as we don't care about it. It's just excess mass, but we want to make sure we're using the header tanks, and then from there it might switch over, but I doubt it, just based off of what we saw with SN8. And so the location of the header tanks. So for the methane header tank, it's basically a big sphere in the middle of the two tanks. It's at the common bulkhead. It's just that piece that separates the methane and the LOX tank in the middle of the vehicle. There is just a sphere on the inside on that bottom of that dome structure. The fuel sloshes into it, and then it goes from the main methane tank. It sloshes into that header tank, and then down what we call a downcomer, which is just a pipe to the engines. And then the very top of the vehicle, and so if you're looking at pretty much Nerdle cam or Launchpad cam, you'll see just the very top, that very tip area, that first weld line is basically a weld line for the LOX header tank. And so that was what we were looking for frosting up. We didn't see that today, but it doesn't mean that they didn't do a methane one, which we can't see. So yeah, it's kind of one of those interesting, like how did they, test it today? We saw some different testing of the GSE side of things as well as the vehicle. We saw 3 static fires all in a row. Yeah, it looks like the cars are ready to roll over to the roadblock. We have, I can hear some venting, and I see the bull snort going. So they should be headed off to the fuel farm and getting prepped for essentially shutting down operations, making sure everything's still working correctly and is still safe. So I expect to see that shortly. But you want to go through and answer the last couple questions here, and then wrap up for tonight?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Let's see here. Need to find some fun questions here. We have so many, so I do apologize if we haven't gotten to your question. We just have quite a bit of questions with so little time. We've had, I think, like 20,000 people at one point here today. All right, so David Bozick, um, this is a kind of more of a fun question. Did any local from lab go find pieces of SN8? Answer is yes. We've had a lot of people coming through and finding pieces of SN8 just lying around. COPVs, whole segments of stainless steel, which was subsequently given back to SpaceX because it was huge. And then some of the materials were actually on SpaceX's property. So their fence line is not their property line. The fence line is where they're basically saying this is our security line. Their property line extends basically beyond what you think it is by quite a bit. We've seen heat shield tiles from SN4. In fact, when somebody was looking through and finding the trash to basically pick up and help clean up the beaches and everywhere else, somebody found a heat shield tile in the dunes, and it was from SN4 because it has that spiral pattern that only SN4 had. And that was the only other vehicle to have a RUD in such a way that would give a heat shield tile away to the sand dunes. So there's quite a bit of fun stuff out there. But yeah, it is sharp objects, and people do go through, clean up the beaches and the sand dunes, and then they throw it in the dumpsters that are just right next to SpaceX. So there's a couple of blue dumpsters there that helps out in keeping the debris and trash from staying in the environment. Do you have a good question you want to go for here, Chris?
I'm not able to see him at the moment.
Oh, that's right. um, that's so. Josh, do you want to go through and ask your question that you've got here?
Yeah, sure. We have a question from Gecko, who says, "Do you think we'll ever get to see a Starship launch from the UK?" I just picked this one out because I'm from the UK myself, and I'd quite like to know what you guys think. I'm not too sure myself, but yeah, I think there may be a possibility.
Sorry, what was the question again? I'm looking through and reading questions. I heard a question and I didn't remember what you said. Sorry, what was it again?
That's okay. It says, Gecko says, "Do you think we'll ever see a Starship launch from the UK?"
Only if point-to-point transportation becomes a thing. Um, I would suspect that that would be the only time you'd see it. And at that point, it's basically an airliner, but the cost prohibitive parts of it are too expensive. However, I would say on the same token, you might see it if we're going to the moon quite often. That would be another version of things where it makes sense to have starships all over the place, launching all the time, going to the moon, going to Mars, around to the asteroid belts and other areas. That would be huge.
Well, so let's take that at another level. So the goal here is to reach Mars and potentially colonize Mars. So with that being said, the expectation can't be that everybody's going to come to the U.S. and launch from Boca Chica, although that would be probably pretty cool. So you could potentially see additional manufacturing sites built. UK would be a potential good one. So they could also fabricate the Starship at that location without having to figure out to ship a fully assembled Starship. So I could see that happening at some point in the future. That's just my thought.
Going into a little bit more, what do you think on the ITAR restrictions and Starship? Because that's something we mentioned earlier, was ITAR restrictions. What about ITAR and launching from the UK as they were asking about?
So that will be a hurdle they have to overcome. But at the same time, there's all kinds of military goods that companies produce. Like I mentioned earlier, where there's a U.S. version, and then there's a a version built for the country that's of interest. So it may not have all the bells and whistles, um, but it could still potentially be delivered to them. And the other thought here is there's no reason why the UK couldn't apply for a license to have this built over there. They are one of our friendly countries that we're partners with, so that would be a good point. Otherwise, we're looking at potentially uh, building this in sections and assembled there, or trying to fly them there, uh, or deliver them there somehow so they can use them as well.
Okay. Another question we have here is from Sky. Do you think that they are only doing short static fires to prevent damage to the pad before the hop? Um, so, Chris, what do you think on that one?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And it's not just a pad that they're worried about. A long duration fire could damage the test stand, could damage the GSE, could potentially hurl objects towards areas that we don't want objects to be hurled towards. And I don't think there's a need for doing a long static fire. They're just doing a basic static fire just to make sure that the vehicle is working properly. So 3 seconds or less is what their most likely their target goal is.
I would agree with that as well, and just say it's also to, you know, do the things we're talking about with the engines. They just don't like that deep throttling that much, especially at full chamber pressures and everything else. So reducing that time reduces the damage.
It will be interesting to see, since they have done multiple static fires today and we haven't really seen that much, what damage did happen. So I did
Yeah.
see some debris flying around on the first one. I went back and played it back several times, and it didn't look like it was much of anything because they just floated around a little bit, but there was some stuff hurled into the air.
All right. Next question I had. Let's see. I just had it now. It's moved. Ah, here we go. Thomas Painter. Good name. Um, are they ever going to? Uh, I'm not sure that's a question actually. Hold on. Oh, are they going to put a heat shield onto the one side? I think this question is being asked. So are they going to put the heat shield on SN9 to save it from re-entry heat from the 12 and a half kilometer hop? And no. So maybe that's my own question then, I guess, asking on that one. But it's going to be no. The re-entry heat is not going to be a thing on the SN9. For the future versions, for let's say SN15 and above, we expect to see maybe the entire vehicle covered in heat shield tiles, and those ones will basically be all on one side. So you'll see the flaps, and then the entire structure of the vehicle will be basically covered in the tiles here. So yeah, you're not going to really see too much there. Josh, do you have another question you want to go for?
Yeah, sure. Just looking for any good ones here.
Yeah, there's a lot of good questions, but it's just like finding one. It's it's like, have we answered this one before? No. Okay, let's go for that. That's the one I'm trying to do. But some of them are a little bit different.
There's one here, just a little bit off topic, but Aggie Zach says, "What is the best way to support Lab Padre YouTube or Patreon?" And yes, we do have YouTube. You can join. You can join on YouTube. You can become Lab Padre Gold, Live, or Elite. You can subscribe and like. That always supports us, even though it is free. You can join our Discord and donate through there. We've got Patreon, like you said. I think we've also got some other payment methods. But yeah, even just joining our Discord and joining voice chat and just talking to us, it's support. It's great. We always love having people on the Discord. So yeah.
I've joined the Patreon myself on that side of things. I know that YouTube takes 30% and Patreon only takes 5, so I chose to go with Patreon on my end. But it is a little bit more cumbersome than the ability to just have the community tab with all the stuff in there on YouTube all in one place, and then you have to go through the actual Patreon to find things on that directly. Um, okay, so let's see. Oh, I just had it and it moved. Oh, here we go. Brian Dickinson asks, what about treating super heavy landing like a docking to a space station? Drogue, soft dock, hard dock, mate those with structures on the thrust puck between the engines. So that particular style of receiving the super heavy, it doesn't work so well because there is so much engine impingement on the stand as well as everything else that's basically bouncing around, um, and so it at least far as that part it doesn't work. If you have some way of connecting to it, like the idea of what Elon was wanting for landing it and holding it by the grid fins, that's a little bit better. So if you have drogue chutes or something like that, you mentioned drogue as part of that, you can slow down the vehicle a little bit, but it's really already slowed down quite a significant amount by the engines already. So you'll have several of the engines turned on because just one of those is enough to make the super heavy kind of float on its own, but then it has additional fuel, which is additional mass, so that would go down, and then it needs additional engines from there to basically keep it from slamming into the ground. So you have to decelerate it as quickly as possible. But more engines you turn on, the quicker your fuel goes. So there's a perfect ratio of engines. I'm not sure exactly what it is to do that. But if you did have a structure to mate the super heavy with at the bottom, it would be equivalent of basically the launch stand. So that's where you would want to use it at. So that's going to be the closest we're pretty much going to get as far as those docking procedures, but it'll be at a slow pace, I expect, versus the a landing burn, which has to come in basically the right amount of speed, and they're using up as much fuel as possible. Okay, so it looks like they're almost ready to head back to the pad here, but they haven't quite yet. There's quite a bit of venting over there still, so I guess they're waiting till pressures on the vehicle and the tank farm say they're ready and allow the people to come in. And they'll do probably a safety meeting before they make entry. Let's see if I can find another quick question for Chris here. Well, Josh, do you want to go for another one, and then we'll end it here?
Yeah, sure. Let me just have a look through.
Okay, so I'll jump into this question for Chris. Do you think that the landing legs will be a problem for landing on SN9 from John Culp?
They shouldn't be. We've seen them do successful landings with those legs on SN5 and 6. We would hope we would have seen them pop out on SN8, but it wouldn't have made a difference. They are designed to take the load. They are not by any means the end all, the final design of what the legs will be eventually because of different surfaces when they start going for the moon and Mars. They'll need to be able to land on uneven surfaces, so they'll need a different design. But these legs are designed to crush. They're a two-piece leg. The lower about 10 to 12 inches will crush, and then if need be, the upper portion can crush as well. And on SN6, two of the legs got significantly crushed.
Yeah.
the other two legs were basically creating a pivot point, and then the last two legs were off the ground. So, but it worked as designed. Those legs are designed to be thrown away and replaced, or they can change them out fairly quickly.
So basically,
So
you're saying that there's now two legs out there that are SN6 serial name legs for sale, unused. Yeah, we did find actually we did find one for I think it was serial number 4 that was a unused leg that was for sale, and it was like, well, that's weird, and don't know how the individual got a hold of it, but the pictures were real. Somebody had a leg just sitting in their closet. So
yeah, that may have been reclaimed again already.
yeah, it's a big chunk of steel. It's supposed to go to the recycler, so that's where things go. It's not, I don't think, an ITAR restricted item. It's just a big hunk of steel with a lot of holes in it to lighten it and make it actually crush in a very simple way. But you can replace the feet directly, and that I think was version 1.1 where they had that. All right, so you have your question there, Josh?
Yep, I've got one here from Six String Simpleton, and they say, what was the terminal velocity on SN8 during descent? Sorry. I'm not too sure, but again, like you went through this on one of your show and tells one time, I think. I did hear a number getting thrown around. Was it
Yeah, and
like,
I'm struggling to remember that particular one. I remember where I got it from. I'm looking it up now.
So
Um,
I know on the landing approach, we've heard a couple different numbers, 30 to 40 meters a second. But then we've also had somebody that did a more in-depth analysis, and I think they equated it much higher in the 50 to 60 meters a second. But and it's hard to tell because the size of this thing, it throws all our calculations off just by how big it is.
so looking at the terminal velocity here, Starship seems to hit the terminal velocity of around 136 meters a second, I think. Let me make sure I'm looking at the chart right, because the chart, it might be on the way up. Let's see here. Aerodynamic pressure is at the highest here. So yeah, that looks about right. Around 137 meters a second would be that. So um, that's from flightclub.io, and it will basically be the same results of SN8, except for the landing part, will be the same for SN9. So go check those guys out. They've got that up right now. It's just flightclub.io. Lots of graphs, and it'll take a little bit of getting used to, but that's the interesting part is like you have a lot of different uh, pieces of data you can look at for aerodynamic pressure, acceleration, velocity, just you name it. It's the velocity is what we're really looking at here.
yeah,
Um,
just to add
yeah,
in quickly, I did find an official number from this is back in September 2019 during the Starship presentation. There was a short animation slash simulation that got shown. So this is at 1.6 kilometers and descending, and they say it looks about an average of about 65 or 66 meters a second on descent. So it could be around that number, and this wasn't too long ago, so the shape and the performance probably isn't too far different from that, but obviously this is a simulation, so things could have changed in real life, and I think there was a slight flap um, design change from then, so it could have changed even more from that. But yeah, I think that's definitely a good number to go off.
so yeah, the flight.io is the one I have to look at for the most part because they are looking at the velocity of from the actual SN8 flight. They had to redo all their numbers because everything was a mystery beforehand. Especially the fact that we're turning off each individual engine on the way up. That was a huge change. Um, So yeah, the this is going to be kind of interesting. I do see the average speed. It looks around the 60 to 70 meters a second, but it does change, especially when you're basically just falling. It slows itself down fairly quickly because of the body flaps and the whole system there. All right, so at this point, I think we'll go ahead and wrap things up. There's just only thing that's left is basically the have the people go to the pad, and that's just any moment now. At 5 o'clock is when they're supposed to wrap up, so should be within 15 minutes now that they head to the pad. But the roadblock will probably go away as well. There's just a lot of venting over there. It's so spooky. I love it. So we've got quite a number of individuals to thank. So first off, I'll like to thank Chris and Josh, especially Josh, for sticking with me this whole time today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Glad to be here with you and all the people on the stream. So thank you.